様です。俺元気しかないっす、ほんま。
俺もだよ。それでさ、慎吾、
はい、
俺と曲作んねえか。
待ってました。ほな行きまひょうか。
いや、じゃあ決まりだな。
ぜひ。
まず俺から行くぜ。いや、bless me、もう bless me。走り続ける、ガードレールも越えれずに。幸せが怖いのは生まれつき。うまくやれてる姿、表向き。内に秘める縛りしがらみ人知れず。聞かれたとこでうまく言えず、時期になんとかなる、後に回してく。それで身動き取れなくなってるように見える。大きなお世話、小さな声だ。だけど黙っていられない俺ら。重ねた無駄骨が頼れる逆寄せさ。生き残りてな後ろめたい。追われたっていまいち燃えない。これはそんな簡単なゲームとは思えない。しょげないでよベイビー、うつむいてちゃノエア。光が届けしない声な。笑ってばかりの未来じゃねえ。そんな人生しか知らねえ。色濃く滲むのは苦味だぜ。いよいよその段階に入ってきましたね。ゆりかごから始まり袴の間を天国にするしかないだろ大多数。晴れてかい今日のそっちの街から。お互い乗り切ってまた会いましょう。聞こえてか聞こえねえな。聞こえてか
これ届いてっか、調子ええか、どないでっか。目ん玉ウェイクアップして準備ええか。
声上げてか聞こえねえな。上げるだけの声蓄えてか。いざとなって慌ててんなよ。サムデイ上げてけんのかよ。
節子も俺も人生ビチビチや。ずぶとく生きよう必死にな。泣いても一日笑っても一日や。常に冷静にこれが導きや。まあまあそんなに慌てるな焦るな。流行りばっかり合わせんな。ええか知らん人には甘えるな。また一緒にアホ性なかまへんか。天変地異乗り越える人間味。眉間にしわ歴史ヴィンテージ。結局残るやつは人間力 1% のハッピーエンド。投げても帰ってこない時でも投げ続けるしかないよ手本に。セオリー通り性に合わない。流れる血は言葉、血管はメロディー。 Life is everyday everyday とかバカ言って今を生きてる。ケツに気がつかんとやらん男です。別に多く望みません手ずり。聞きながら思うんです切に。みんな幸せになるために生まれてきたのを忘れずに Bless me 信じることから始めよう Trust me。
聞こえてか聞こえねえな。聞こえてか
これ届いてっか、調子ええか、どないでっか。目ん玉ウェイクアップして準備ええか。
声上げてか聞こえねえな。上げるだけの声蓄えてか。いざとなって慌ててんなよ。サムデイ上げてけんのかよ。解き放たれたいなんて
もう勘弁してや。生きてりゃいろいろあんねん。
全て捨ててしまうのも賛成。
万年ビリケツが立ち上がる安静前。
やってみなくちゃわかんねえ。
もしダメでもそこが伸びしろなんで
俺ら歌ってくそういう案件。チケットはワンウェイサムデイ
やろう。年末今日無事聞きながらいい乾杯したい。それを支えにお疲れさんご。
有 feel 有 feel。
苦労さんってお互い言えるってなまらいい。関西ならめっちゃええやん。おかえり。
いやただいまクタクタのサバイバー。待ったなしさ働き盛りなたった今。目の下のクマやばいじゃん。今夜は早めにおやすみな再会。
そうしたいのもマウンテンですが。軍内ベイベー涙こらえて。電車揺られて振られても慢性。不安定でも仕事しますせ。
誰にも勝たずに自分に勝利賞味それだけっしょ。日々精進出会えたホーミー物知り大きに連れて行ってくれる店はどこも美味しい。
美味しいも時間もわけわけしまひょ。出会ったここ俺らの居場所。
西成にぎわい息がいい。歩いたことがない道がいい。
北からラッパー西からラッパーがバラ色の千鳥足でウォーク。
いつかと呼んでいた今日のこと。こんな日が来るって忘れないでおこう。
ほんまですね。
いや本当に
ボスさんこの近所、俺みたいなアホがやってる店あるんですけど。行きまへん。
行く
前のこっち右です。
博多みたいだね。マンチス元気かな。
逃げ方ねないまず信じるいけると思った感も一流人は自由と思った時から自由いたきゃいろ嫌なら逃げろ風が強いとか雨が降ってきたとか関係ないつまらんことでカッカしない人のことはあんま感化しない途中で目を上げない職人
Attracting with that line, what's your name, what's your
day running from the police, that's right. Mama catch me, put a whoop into my backside. And even as a crack fiend, mama, you always was a black queen, mama. I finally understand for a woman it ain't easy trying to raise a man. You always was committed, a poor single mother on welfare. Tell me how you did it, there's no way I can pay you back. But the plan is to show you that I understand. You all appreciate it. Dear mama. You all
各位室友，我喺3月30號收到另一個受害人嘅 DM。各位室要邊要即要點啊？要唔係有咩勁過食2條女就係食3條女？原來嚴叔同一時間一腳踏3船。新女事主，仲要有情緒病，睇開醫生都走去玩人，唔知個女仔而家點？佢之前仲要講過你睇下 DC 之後有冇？你睇下 DC 之後有冇人話自己再係受害者咪知咩啊？即係點啊？唔諗明喎。佢之前仲要講，佢之前仲要， 佢之前仲要講過，你睇下啲 C 之後有冇人話自己受害者咪知，係咪睇死冇人出嚟踢爆佢呢？到底全盛期嘅鹽叔食緊幾多女？會唔會仲有其他人走出嚟？各位室友，我喺3月30號收到另一個受害人嘅 DM， 經了解係鹽叔係一腳踏3船，我係第四者添啊！同一時間連埋佢太太同埋呢位受害者係有，同埋呢個受害者仲有我，同緊3個人一齊，唔知會唔會有更多受害者？個女仔係我第一次公開先知自己原來係第三者，之前一直全不知情，而且本來同鹽叔仲一齊緊，係最近時發朋友同佢講返先知有呢件事，結束關係。呢位女仔其實一直心底深受情緒困擾，鹽叔亦清楚知道佢有情緒病問題，需要診治。但都仲咁樣呃佢，而家佢情緒亦好差，大受打擊，處理咗好多日都未平復到心情，而鹽叔嘅道歉完全冇提及過佢。鹽叔之前亦同我口口聲聲講過，再冇其他受害人，懷疑佢係知道個女仔情況，所以覺得佢唔會公開先咁講。懷疑佢知道 為佢係知道呢個女仔情況，所以覺得佢唔會公開先咁講。呢個女仔亦都俾咗機會嚴肅坦白，但佢仲係死性不改。希望各位都唔好繼續俾佢呃落去，以為佢真係坦誠道歉，因為佢一直都係繼續氹氹，唔知仲有幾多隱瞞。另一個受害人想我公開嘅對話內容如下。屌你老味 ！Hello 查咗 ，Hello 查咗，我都係 Discord 嘅室友，想同你講。想同你講聲呢段時間辛苦了，我聯絡你係因為我都係其中一個受害者，我一陣可以俾啲對話你睇，證明一下我同嚴叔係2020年聖誕期間一齊，我一直都覺得我同佢，唔係喎，等陣先，2020好撚耐喎，屌你好唔好？嚴肅好撚嘢，我一直都覺得我同佢嘅相處模式同其他情侶好唔同，唔會成日踢啊！
文本 text
唔會成日test，唔會成日 test，唔會好似人哋咁見得好密，又唔會好似人哋咁一齊出席朋友嘅聚會，甚至我生日正日都想佢陪我去睇 show， 佢都話要睇再覆我，但同你一樣，我就係相信佢好忙好多嘢兼顧。我就係相信佢好忙好多嘢兼顧，而且唔中意成日覆 message。 都係唔好講自己感受，都係唔好講自己感受嗰啲人哋啦，係咪？就係讀書夠數，而且唔中意成日覆 message， 加上我唔係一個好
social
加上我唔係一個好 social 嘅人，諗住佢唔將我介紹俾其他人，反而我會冇咁大壓力，就自己消化咗。2021年12月嘅時候，嗰排越諗越覺得長期被冷落。我同佢講咗呢個問題，當時佢有提出不如分開一下。但由頭到尾都冇講過真相，淨係同我講過好似其實唔特別適合拍拖，就係同我講好似唔係特別適合拍拖。我喺處事同生活方式根本就冇呢個空間，但係我多番面留下。面啊，定係咩啊？但係我多番面留下就冇分開到咩啊？諗翻都覺得自己好笨啊！如果一早知道真相，我根本唔會去去挽留係咪挽留？之後我嘅生活上有好多事發生，而且工作好忙碌，所以花喺佢身上嘅精神都少咗。
world. 'Cause it's just me against the world, baby. Me against the world.
之後我嘅生活上有好多事發生，而且工作好忙碌，所以花喺佢身上嘅精神都少咗。我一度以為我哋會慢慢揾到啱嘅步伐。即使我已經冇咁黐身，都偶爾想見下佢。但如果我約佢，佢就唔會約我。我真係懷疑我同佢係咪一齊緊？2022年下半年起，見面嘅次數更加係明顯少咗，明顯少咗，有時一個月先見得1-2次，仲要係講頭講命咁見。過去個個週末，你喺 Discord 講件事嘅時候，我亦然係唔知情，直至一位知我同佢關係嘅好朋友同我講，睇到個連登 post， 我先知道有件咁嘅事。其實真係好諷刺，明明我都係受害者，但好似全世界都唔知道晒我先，全世界都知道晒，我先知道。唔講以為係睇緊人哋嘅經歷。星期一我同佢講過一次電話通話中，佢聲稱會將事件講晒俾我知。我問佢點解要瞞我咁耐，佢話一直都有諗過同我講，但見我生活上太多事發生，主要係工作壓力，成日都想等我處理好呢啲事先同我講。我亦有問佢點解事件揚咗一段時間，但3月18日出文章聲明，但我3月25日 問佢係咪有嘢要同我講，佢先認。佢就話因為唔想我一個人喺外國要承受呢個承受呢啲嘢，我聽到覺得好。
That can calm me, constantly armed. My firepower keep me warm. I'm trapped in the storm. And fuck the world till I'm gone. Bitches be warned. Word is born, you get torn. I'm busting on Giuliani, rubbing my niggas wrong. And in this song, before I leave, picture me, I'm spitting that pump.
Mind blown.
Watch me set it.
Mind blown. Mind blown.
My bro， 原來咁樣叫做保護我，原來咁樣叫做保護我。當時佢聲淚俱下不斷道歉，聲淚俱下不斷道歉，屌你！聲淚俱下不斷道歉，亦諗起之前同佢一齊，佢俾過我嘅鼓勵，我真係有一刻諗住等件事就咁完結，留一手，唔想將我嘅版本講出嚟。即使我對佢已經徹底失望，而當我見到你最新嘅鋪當中嘅內情，再加上嗰張
Signal cap. Signal cap.
Signal cap 佢同你講，你睇下 DC 之後有冇人話自己再係受害者，咪知。我覺得我一定要揾你，除咗因為我值得知道真相，我亦睇唔過眼佢將一個勇敢指證佢嘅受害者擺喺個咁無助嘅位置，即係點啊？我亦睇唔過眼，佢將一個勇敢證明佢嘅受害者擺喺個咁無助嘅位置。不過請原諒我暫時未有勇氣公開事件。我將個 timeline 大概講出嚟，係想睇下 你會唔會想對你所知道嘅版本，同埋希望喺呢件事上我幫到自己之餘，都可以令你冇咁孤單。OK。冇啊，你睇下 DC 有冇人？如果冇實有人揾你，如果有實有人揾你，一個係 DC， 咁真係冇啊嘛，即係點啊？咁真係冇啊嘛，定有人自願做第三者？唔係啊，真係冇。唔會再信你，真係冇。OK， 冇啊，真係冇。OK， 好，正，爆多啲。咦，冇做嘅，負評太多，幻想太過屌你老味。玩嘢，黃絲擁抱民主，黃絲擁抱自由民主，就係要一個搭幾船，自由交配，財富自由交配，道德自由，性交自由。冇啊，真係冇，名又冇，電話號碼又冇點。
Prove
點 prove 係嚴肅先 ？OK， 係嘅。時間管理大師之王，一個女仔都煩，有幾個？又要幾個 ？OK， 保持距離，時間管理大師唔上心，你當佢係客服就 OK， 唔上心你當客服就 OK， 即係點啊？你自己入去佢哋個 DC 睇咯。上個女事主自己 po 出嚟 ，OK， 真係有更多受害者。如果從來都冇人，如果從來都冇人爆出嚟，真係自鳩自敵。受害妹豬應該好似養魚咁。即係點
？Dow。
Go。
妹豬應該好似養魚咁成兜，即係點啊？時間管理大師一個女仔都煩到幾個，你點知佢嘅時間係同我哋嘅時間一樣？係嘅，真係癲到撲街。叔可以話係香港羅志祥，時間管理之鬼。 男 KOL 真係隨時湊個鴨，即係點啊？係咪想人再爆多啲料？食到女係我本事，同埋我係好真誠咁中出班女的。你叫我哋班呢陣仔呢情何以堪？咁撚樣衰仲可以一腳踩住，哎呀唔關事啊！真係KOL 一向食女多，話自己拍片忙，淨係抽時間上床咪得。OK， 呢條咁嘅柒頭點溝咁多女？唔信咪唔撚信好睇，唔信咪唔撚好睇，屌你啊老母！一陣鋪撚晒出嚟，你都可以話係鳩噏，再唔係就道德撚上身話爆人私隱。OK， 仲不斷有人幫佢講説話添，話佢普捷工作幾偉大，講嘢幾淺顯易懂。試下一個女仔咁樣，除咗死臭雞就係死臭雞。人哋冇樣，但至少都學得。高學歷又教書，連登仔冇樣冇學歷，網上兇狠真一OK， 嚴肅永不翻身啦，才子風流，懷疑啲女養埋佢，風流可以，但加下佢咁應該係下流。算啦，個女仔都話一個月見過3-2次，都係見嗰面卜嗰嘢就散 band 可以用得幾多時間？永遠只有零同無限，永遠只有零同無限試過一次，點會甘心？淨係一次。試過一次，點會甘心？淨係一次。估到啦，幾時有女學生 ？OK， 有冇第四、第5船？OK。 有啲女仔應該唔敢講，自己冇事發生。誠心等待混水出嚟撐，兄弟點都會諗。好奇其他讀哲學嗰幾個嘅情況係得嚴肅咁，其他人都好奇其他讀哲學嗰幾個情況係得嚴肅咁，真係其他定係其他人都萬稱一腳踏三船都係哲學，OK。唔信咪風流者處處留情，下流者處處留精。怪唔得咁耐都冇博士畢業，忙住溝女，勁！好對唔住，班室友仲有乜嘢好講？呢鋪真係推廣哲學，咁嘅樣都可以一腳踏三船。咁你唔知佢啲女係點樣嘅啫？即係咪嘥氣嗰啲，真係嘥鳩氣，唔撚使睇呢啲啦。啲女成日怕靚仔花心，揀個肥肥厚厚嘅諗住穩陣啲，但結果話俾你知，揀靚仔反而少啲中伏，黐撚線，真係橫掂都係出軌。咁真假同爆人私隱又係兩樣嘢嚟嘅，越爆越多，越爆越撲街。不過有死忠緊要。女咪又係隨時變雞屌，冇一個有鹽咁好口才。I know you kinda like reminiscing when I just freak it to you like that. So why don't you flip that shit for these motherfuckers and like, you know, really just let them see how you picture the old school. Cause it ain't the same for every motherfucker, you feel me? So take us back, nigga. Remember popping in like the name belts. It's Scotland Rock, the super hole back in Latin quarters. When Slick Rick was spitting Lottie Dottie. Came in those she's at the neighborhood block parties, I remember. Break dancing to Melly Bell. Tickling high LL when he rocked the bells. Forget the TV, I'm about to hit the streets and do graffiti. Be careful, don't let the friends and cops see me. 咁都好正常啦，我好唔開心，成個星期我哋得打風你，得打風你先見到面，仲要好似都冇1個鐘，係我太忙搞到咁，我唔啱。其 實我自私，有時真係唔想你接咁多嘢做，屌你老味！但我知道你享受，同埋我都覺得有意義。屋企有事呢，有時呢啲冇解冇人想，所以我想你響控制到嘅行程入面，盡多少少俾我，預多少少俾我都明。我搞佢係我俾唔到時間你，我俾唔到時間你，我處理下。我希望我唔係要求太多，都係想要多啲。女狂信者會是及教主乜撚嘢啊？有冇人發覺嚴肅所有嘢都要講3次？我好真誠，冇啊，對唔住。All eyes on me. All eyes on me. 唔係今日咩？唔係今日咩？OK。
Money gone, fuck friends. I need a homie that know me when all these motherfucking cops be on me. I got problems, ain't nobody calling back. Now what the fuck is happening with my ball and cap? Remember me, I'm your homie that was down the brawl, sipping Hennessy.
trice. Real name, no gimmicks. Two trailer park girls go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Two trailer park girls go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside.
好緊火，好緊火，好緊火，好緊火！時間管理大師，一個女仔都煩，又要。咁係因為啲女圍住佢轉，就晒佢，所以有幾煩。普通港男連登仔就做 Batman 就晒啲女，條港女淨係食住上見幾個身邊啲朋友都係咁，走嚟同我講條女好煩，講道理，好煩講道理，轉頭條仔咪死氣佢認錯。哲學家係咁㗎，係咁個喎。So who am I to try to warn them? I put them bomb them, them niggas fly. Hey, remember me? Damn that Hennessy, the niggas you don't wanna see. Let me proceed. My definition of some thug shit, y'all don't hear me. Now that it's poppin', ain't no love, bitch. I'm maintaining the game in the gutters where I still kick it. 好多人想佢係時間管理大師。如果理解情緒勒索，如果理解情緒勒索、心理操控嘅手法其實難。 正爆多啲 ，CLA 坐實咗第一位女室友講嘅嘢。呢條咁嘅柒頭點溝到咁多女？未知班女咩樣？啱啦。咁同你呢句幾多狂信有咩關係？九唔搭八唔知乜？啲女唔使日日湊住。啲女唔使日日湊住咩 ？send 個信息都要啩？佢其實幾癲，明知有 X 個仲係明知有個仲係。DC 度都咁狂，應該以為自己氹埋，應該以為自己氹掂咗另外幾家 ，OK， 加埋呢個落去。
Bonding 更強，見佢唔夠1個鐘，咁有冇搏嘢？有錢最現實，橫掂都係要俾人屌。如果佢有埋超能力如果佢有埋超能力識催眠，就更強添。咁關呢件事咩事先得㗎？咪睇咁多小說漫畫咯，咪睇咁多小說漫畫用嚟說服自己。係俾人聽的，用嚟說服自己，唔係俾人聽㗎。又有花生，佢用嘅手法唔係普通人一腳踏兩船，係女教友對教主嘅操控。
仰慕
仰慕嘅操控感都睇唔出，唔通要爆到第6個鮮明 ？OK， 佢的道歉一直都很有誠懇，很有誠
誠懇。佢每次做了一些我們不能接受的事情的時候，佢的道歉都會讓我們覺得他下次絕對不會再這樣講。但是每次他下一次就會有什麼干擾又干擾，荼毒失眾成員。OK， 得你去過黃泉，得你去過黃泉式通靈，我呢啲普通人真係睇唔出。食一條女就講一次，而家食3條女未講3次咯。其實佢都幾陰公，幾年俾人冷待，仲傻下，好心嚴肅冇時間就咪撚搞人啦，鳩痕到邊撚個係叔？
He's going to get a lot of damage early on.
And down to 2 Elixir, 2 bats plus Ghost working on it. And just great capitalization by the 2021 World Champion.
Yeah, he's going to hope to get a Prince. Oh, that was actually quite nice if he doesn't get anything down here. And the Fisherman doesn't pull a Prince. That's going to be a lot of damage.
And what a shot back from Sandbox. How much is that? I mean, I know that changes the rhythm a lot here, but what I don't know about this is this matchup in a 2-tower game.
Yeah, I think it still comes down to being Mugi's matchup just because of the fly machine in that situation. You can just constantly stack fly machines, and without having the Archer Queen of Sandbox, it does make it a little bit harder to get rid of that fly machine. So I think it'd still be advantage him, but I think Sandbox would take this if in the first minute of the game, given what's already happened.
Arrow's trying to clean up, but again, you can't really clean up Zappies too effectively. And that's
The missile is there.
A whole lot down. Ghost working on the left-hand side, and once again, just the absolute inability to deal with the counter push. Still, well collected by SB and by Sandbox, who's also SB, I guess. Fair enough.
There's actually quite a few SBs in the community. We've got St. Balakin, we've got Samuel Soto, Sandbox, and me, if you want to count that too.
Well, there might be a name of good Clash Royale 4th, but folks, you're always asking me, how do I get better at Clash Royale? Change your initials. It seems. Here we go. On the right-hand side, 2 biggies in, fish away. Level 12 flying machine working on the Inferno Dragon, and boom, weird pigs come in. Handle, but not handle enough. And that's going to be 2 up, 2 down for Moot.
That really shows the power of that Mirror Pigs in a situation where you've just got the Mob Witch instead of that Mirror. I think it's just dead lost, but being able to have that surprise factor, and you've got to have that 7 Elixir Mega Knight in hand or else you just can't deal with it.
And
unable to deal with them so far. And you said something very important. SB, you talked about Jebba's coming in and cooking and getting it done. You know, it seems like the work of an analyst has changed drastically over time, right? You played in CRL teams, and it feels like then it was almost like an analyst kind of just gave you a list of, like, went through Royale API and gave you a list of decks people played. It was kind of talk to me a little bit about the evolution. You're good friends with two of the top, with a number of the top guys.
Yeah, I think at the very start, even like 2017, it wasn't even an analyst went really a thing. You just genuinely went in with your best decks and hope for the best because that's what you're comfortable with. But then as we kind of broadened our horizons and got better at playing different decks, the players who really found success were the ones who started looking at what their opponent plays and tried to counter that. So when we were in like a teams environment in person, you'd have someone there and you'd be discussing the match for the whole week. So I think that's why it was just, they would give you the raw data and you could analyze it yourself. But now, going into the CRL format, it's so fast-paced that you need someone in the background working while you're mid-game. So that's why it's changed. And I think the analyst has also turned into a coach morally for the support as well, and also giving you the live feedback and input into your following games.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our potential final game of King of the Hill. We'll see if Betfist can start to right the ship a little bit as he goes minor MK Prince.
I guess here that it's going to be Hog Rider Earthquake here for Mugi. He's going to be hoping, well, if he wants a good matchup or a better matchup, he's hoping for Mighty Miner here because most of these Mega Knight Princes don't have a zap, but obviously that can change based on the matchups you're looking to get. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes on. Both players leaking here, you don't always see that with a 2-cycle deck, so I don't know the reason for that.
Maybe just trying to not flinch, not be the first move. And you know, it's interesting, I've seen this matchup a lot the last few days, and it does seem if the Hog gets enough damage early on, that this goes pretty heavily towards Hog Rider. And you know, it's felt like it's a mixture of it's hard to truly prevent all the Hog shots and the value of guards in this match.
Yeah, I think the Hog's always going to get that guaranteed damage with that, like you say, with that one Hog hit every time. It's just, this matchup is decided by the Hog player's ability to defend the constant pushes. So that's what it's going to come down to, how well can Mugi constantly deal with them. And that Archer Queen's going to help Mugi a lot, I think. Normally with a Miner, with a Musketeer, you can get that Miner arrows down and hopefully get rid of it. With an Archer Queen, you've always got the chance to play the ability so the Miner doesn't hit the Archer Queen, and then you've got it taking out all the support troops.
And good discipline there, not getting afraid of the Inferno Dragon burn. And now Hog opposite lane, and Betfist is too low on Elixir to do anything about it. He just comes down late. That's going to be a couple of Hog shots here, and well played by Mugi early, who opens up that lead by about 1,000 HP on the left-hand line.
Yeah, such a great play there, knowing that the Archer Queen with its ability and the Giant Skeleton Bomb will be able to take out that right lane, knowing that he's just played a Mega Knight, so he's not going to have enough for a Prince, and he's going to have to spend like an unoptimal defense whilst not having any offense to pressure.
High bomb tower to work against the Bandit on the right-hand side. Archer Queen working low. Ice Spirit to reset the Inferno Dragon. Hog comes in. Mega Knight will be sufficient along with the rest of the DPS, but still, as we go into sudden death overtime, Mugi putting good pressure on the left, has given up some real damage though on the right-hand side. Betfist with the lead.
Yeah, that damage coming from that bandit was such a good bandit, with no Giant Skeleton or Ice Spirit in hand, and no guards in hand because he already cycled them before. That was the perfect read of his cycle to go the bandit Miner at the bridge.
And really excellent guards out of Mugi to get that damage on tower, able to distract the Electro Wizard, split its focus, and get some Hog Rider work in. So Mugi getting some creative and smart plays here, and once more, that Hog connects 965 to 1645 with a little over 90 seconds left.
Yeah, it's going to be how if you can defend this though. the Mega Knight jumping on the Archer Queen isn't optimal, but he can take damage on that left-hand side, which is going to be a saving grace in this situation. It's just, does he do prediction arrows on this Ice Spirit that could win in the game? No, he just saves for the bomb tower, and I think that's the right and safe play from Moogie there. He did take a little bit of damage, but with the hog hits before, I think it's well worth it.
Ice Spirit out ahead of the Archer Queen. Mega Knight goes high. AQ ability not successful with the already targeted Princess Tower, 907 to 1351. Arrows trying to clean a path. Wall breakers on the right-hand side. Moogie uses the Ice Spirit to clear.
Yeah, and that Inferno Dragon is something that Bethtas really needs to make use of here. If he always arrows the guards, then without that, he's not really got the best answer, Moogie, for the Inferno Dragon, because he's always going to have to put that giant skeleton down. So if he predicts the Inferno Dragon like here, and gets some arrows down on the guards, he's got a chance of breaking through. But a nice offensive hog there, stopping the push from Bethtas, and making him have to focus. Using that miner is very big. With this push coming down now, Moogie always knows that there's never going to be a miner on tower, so he doesn't have to use certain cards on the miner, so he can use them on dealing with other troops. I think it's just going to be maybe one more Earthquake here from Moogie and just hoping to defend.
So here we go, Earthquake in, it does go hog, just spending on that left-hand side, making Bethtas put the elixir over there. Miner going to get frozen up by that Ice Spirit, and this is going to be a clean 1, 2, 3. Hey, we want to watch Mohammed Light. Sorry, Moogie's not going to let you. King of the Hill sweep to hit things off, and that is maybe what you were expecting if you're a Cal Pugins fan for the big opening win here in our first set. 3-0. Man, it really felt like this first set was going to be a tone setter for this overall matchup, and SB, I think we have that now.
Yeah, and I think that's a big statement as well to the next two semi-finalist teams, knowing they're here and they're ready to play, and it
即使出現答案都唔會據實，都唔會證實到你講嘅呢堆嘢。其實你係唔係陳雲？你唔好問我點解佢可以食咁多女。
Is it fireball for the first pit? Is the ideal defense fireball for the first set, bomb tower for the second?
See, that's why it's so tricky though, because you want to save that fireball all the time, but then there'll be a flying machine behind a giant skeleton that you can't deal with, so that's where the mind games comes into it, I think, definitely. And even still, you need to be saving your fireball as well for your drill pushes like he's doing here, or else you're not going to be able to get that damage. That fireball was a great fireball. With Musketeer being able to clean up a lot of that flying machine, he's not going to have that counter push. I think that was a good use of the fireball there. But going back to your question, I think it's purely situational based. But then you always seem to be on the wrong side of the situation when you do a bomb tower and then they do a pigs down after that and you're just in trouble. I think it's going to be a harder matchup. It's just going to be how we can deal with that. But a lot of damage from Sandbox early on here, which you typically wouldn't see against Mo when he always plays so calm, methodical, and doesn't really take much damage.
Flying machine into the middle, and that's the decent value to get at least one zappy off for Sandbox, but immediate mirrored flying machine onto the board. What will Mo put in front to defend it? Zappies. Drilling on the right-hand side, Ghost for the counter, 1762. And of course, this deck does a lot of triple elixir magic.
And a missed must there from Sandbox, not attacking the flying machine, but I think if with a strong defense here, he'll be okay. This could be difficult to deal with if things don't go his way.
And Mo just sitting here, letting that elixir build back up. Does go mirrored with the pigs, 2-2 split, and a flying machine behind the split on the left-hand side. Fireball has to go high, arrows to clean, and just like that, Mohammed Light is back in this one, down by less than 200 HP in the right-hand lane.
Yeah, and it's slowly turning into Mo, I think, with the advantage in this game. He's always going to be able to defend these drills now, especially with, he needs to be baiting the fireball for a Sandbox on offense, so he's never going to have that fireball. Doing like even just a single fly machine, or even these zappies, aren't too bad. It looks like great value, but Mo knows now that he's going to have a safe defense if Sandbox decides to push into him.
Card cycle could be a factor here, though, as we have 1, 2, 3 cards played. Ice Spirit plus Musketeer will be sufficient to clear, and that bomb tower nice and early. So let's see how Sandbox sets up this round of defense. 40 seconds left. This is when these mirrored pigs become a real problem. Here we go. Ghost pressure left-hand side. Musketeer trying to work on the right. First giant skeleton down, second giant skeleton behind. Bomb tower out of cycle here, and the Fish Boy pulls the Musketeer into the first bomb.
Yeah, and Sandbox having to use that bomb tower on the left side there just because of an awkward cycle. Giant skeleton on tower though, and that's definitely going to be game, especially with that pigs coming down that left-hand side. I think Sandbox played that really well. It just comes down to that triple overwhelm that, like you said, when you start getting all of these fireball bait cards down, you can't even cycle fast enough to get back to a new fireball, and then you just slowly lose the game with a giant skeleton attacking your tower because you don't have any ground troops in your hand.
So here we go, game number 2 on its way.
Here we go.
Don't have to worry about mirror again for Sandbox, but of course there are no other decks that actually run it. And one of the other powerful things about this deck that Mo ran for game number 1, SB, is the lack of a champion. Of course, gives you a lot more options in terms of how you build that deck in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, another reason why this giant skeleton deck is a lot more prominent in duels, just because it allows so many other decks to be played. You know, you still got your any big spell you want, you still got your log, you still got your barb barrel, and you've not used any really champions like you say too.
So
and we're looking like
Giant. Yep, there we go. Giant comes out.
A mirror
on
match,
both
yeah.
sides.
And Sandbox and Mo both play E-Giant a lot. That Goblin Cage, though, is a really nice pick, I think. That'll definitely help Mo going into this matchup. But it's going to be a lot of damage early on. Mo's not got the Elixir, and that Phoenix is going to get a lot of damage on the tower.
One little shot from the Barbarian as well, and now doubling down is Sandbox, recognizing the low Elixir situation and that Mo just has to eat this. And that's an insane amount of damage early for the Tribe Gaming representative.
Yeah, that just passed me by. I didn't even see how that really happened. He just slowly got a lot of damage. I think a few things didn't go his way. And obviously, Sandbox was able to get back to a second cannon, which Mo was kind of banking on that he wasn't able to, thinking that he's going to have to respond to the Sea Giant a lot heavier. But getting back to that second cannon allowed him to use his troops on offense.
And now Mohamed Light switches lanes. And he can't really afford to eat this Barb, but he might have to. Takes the one shot down to 646, and just trying to get the Elixir advantage in this left-hand lane.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult for Mo, I think. That lightning seems somewhat desperate. Though with a good Golden Knight Nado here. Golden Knight's just not the same anymore, though. Sadly, doesn't get on tower for Mo there. I think as long as Sandbox just keeps on lane blocking, he can get to a point in double in sudden death where he cycles one lightning and just prays to get the defense off, and then he'll get that second lightning down. It's going to be hard for Mo to lightning block, but we could see it happen just because of the Goblin Cage. It'd be interesting to see though if Mo can really make use of one of these pushes though and put Sandbox under a little bit of pressure.
Great job spreading things out on Sandbox's side, not giving lightning value with this cannon.
And the missed ability there with the dash from Mo. That's the last of your worries. Well, probably it's your only chance of getting any damage, and doing it on your side of the bridge isn't optimal for him.
And Mo does get the cage down, keeping this one from getting away from him entirely, but can only do so much for so long. GG, well played. Game 2 down, and here we go into game number 3.
I think we'll see Mo play a cycle deck here or RG. There is probably best options. Coming out of Sandbox, he could still play maybe like an Earthquake deck or like an Arrows deck himself.
So nice. Little slowdown here, and there we go. Wall breakers come out for Sandbox. Mohamed Light may be going bridge spam here.
Yeah, looking like it's going to be Mega Knight Wall Breakers versus Bridge Spam, I'd say. And the Zappies. You don't normally see that, or you do sometimes see that in this this Mega Knight deck, but that's such a good card for Sandbox in this matchup. Usually this Mega Knight deck struggles to deal with that Inferno Dragon, and this is going to be hard for Mo to deal with, I think. If a Wall Breaker's coming behind that, like we see, that's going to be damage that he can't really deal with without the Bob Barrel.
And yeah, that's absolutely brutal. Lumberjack sets up, tries to finish everything off, and now there's just a Lumberjack down the drain. Still Elixir advantage for Mohamed Light. Behind by nearly 600 HP, or a little over 600 HP, is the problem for our defending world champion. 2 world finalists here in this matchup, of course. On one side, you have the world champion, and before that, the world runner-up. On the other side of things, Sandbox, always been right there at the top when it's been our modern era of CRL. 12th in World Finals 2021, and top 6 in World Finals last year.
Yeah, and I think the plan of action for both players here, Mo's just going to be really slow, playing it slow, trying to get like one big push in one single lane, getting those Magic Archers down and Inferno Dragons all in the same lane. But Sandbox is just going to be keeping up as much pressure with these Princes and these Wall Breakers, knowing that Mo struggles to deal with them just because of the no Barb Barrel. And with those Goblins down too, that's a really nice arrows. It seems like an overcommit because it's like a 2 for 3 trade, but it stops and makes them have to deal with the Prince a lot more.
And the Wall Breaker connects despite trying to get the Rage down in time. And things going from bad to worse here for Mohamed Light in this one.
Yeah, and again, Sandbox making use of that struggle to deal with the Prince. Even though he was down Elixir at the time, he knows that Mo's going to have to spend more than he's even going to put down, so he's in a good position to just keep going at the bridge.
And forced to play a Fireball on Wall breakers never fun here. Sandbox in a great position as he pressures opposite lane now with the Royal Ghost. And Mohamed has to undercommit to it in order to preserve enough elixir to stay in the game, but that gives that nice dual lane damage in favor of Sandbox. Here we go, sudden death on its way. So far, it's been all Tribe all the way in this matchup. But all it takes is one big change the opposite direction.
And a nice arrows early there, stopping the deflection of the monk. He plays that monk ability and then goes with the arrows, and that magic archer stays alive and is a lot more of a harder push to deal with for Sandbox.
And there you have it, just like that, Mohamed Light gets back in business. 14-21, has a lot to deal with though. Prince, Ghost, Miner, wall breakers. Can he stop the wall breaker connecting? No, he cannot. That's been a problem for Mohamed Light the entire way, now down under 500 HP on the left-hand side. 90 seconds left. Sandbox very close to tying things up in sets.
Mo still definitely not out though. He can keep on stacking in this lane and hope for not getting those wall breakers connections. He gets maybe a minor catch or two and Sandbox slightly overcommits. He's still in this.
Eating that on the right-hand side. Goblins come out to clean it up. Trying to figure out what damage can I take, and that is getting into a much shorter list down now with 490-39 on one side and 860 on the other. Miner to the back. Ghost not going to connect. Wall breakers plus on the right-hand side. They do not make it through. Magic Archer just has not been able to do as much as Mohamed Light would like in this matchup. Miner in one more time. Needs to do something about it, and that's going to be GG. Arrows will be enough. Sandbox takes the set and evens things up here with a very, very big win against Mohamed Light.
Yeah, and I don't even think Mo really played too bad there. Sandbox just played really, really well. I mean, he was doing everything he needed to do with the pressure-wise in that Mega Knight Wallbreakers deck.
Another little kid, and even though we had different moves, even the cops can't stop us. My enemies flip when they
but your husband's heart problems complicated, so the FCC won't let me be, or let me be me, so let me see. They try to shut me down on MTV, but it feels so empty without me. So come on and dip, come on your lips, fuck that, come on your lips, and some on your tits, and get ready, 'cause this shit's about to get heavy. I just settled all my lawsuits. Fuck you, Devin. Now this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, 'cause we need a little controversy, 'cause it feels so empty without me. I said this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, 'cause we need a little controversy, 'cause it feels so empty without me.
I was born in the gutter facing life or death. I was a thug ever since my mama gave me breath. These motherfuckers wanna see me die, so who am I to try to warn them? I'm fucking wrong, them niggas fly. Hey, remember me? Damn that Hennessy, niggas you don't wanna see. Let me proceed. My definition of some thug shit, y'all don't hear me. Now that it's poppin', ain't no love, bitch. I maintain in the game, in the gutters where I still kick it. I'm trying to hustle up a meal ticket. I'm still wicked in my ways. I hustle to my dying days. Ain't nothing wrong with getting paid. So nigga blaze, cause we some motherfucking fools. Walking through the streets wearing shoes, breaking niggas, breaking moves. Even the cops can't stop us. My enemies flip when they see me drink a fifth of that Hennessy. Y'all niggas can't fuck with this old thug shit. They wanna know who's my role model. It's in the brown bottle. Hennessy.
Fuck you, Devin. Now this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, 'cause we need a little controversy, 'cause it feels so empty without me. I said this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, 'cause we need a little controversy, 'cause it feels so empty without me.
Please tell me what's a nigga to do, and it's true. Ain't nothing new, so I do what I can to get through. Now first they got me shopping, now pissed. I'm on the AK-47 laying on my hips, so down trip. Oh motherfucker from the underground. Big shots fucking niggas if they fuck around. Hey yo, why y'all got beef with police? Ain't that a bitch? The motherfuckers got a beef with me. You know you really can't say that to blame niggas. Fuck being
dying, I was more shocked to him.
Change? Shit. I guess change is good for any of us. Whatever it takes for any of y'all niggas to get up out the hood. Shit, I'm with you. I ain't mad at you. Got nothing but love for you. Do you think, boy? Yeah. All the homies that I ain't talked to in a while, I'ma send this one out for y'all. Know what I mean? Cause I ain't mad at you. Heard y'all tearing up shit out there, kicking up dust, giving a motherfucker
75.
Yeah, niggas. Cause I ain't mad at you. Now we
I don't know.
was once
He's
two
in this
niggas
match.
of the same kind. Quick to holler at a hoochie with the same line. You was just a little smaller, but you still roll. Got stressed to YA and hit the hood swole. Remember when you had a Jerry curl, didn't quite learn. On the block with your Glock, tripping off Sherm. Collect calls to the tilt, saying how you changed. Oh, you a Muslim now, no more dope game. Heard you might be coming home, just got bail. Wanna go to the mosque, don't wanna chase tail. It seems I lost my little homie, he's a changed man. Hit the pen and now no sinning is the game plan. When I talk about money, all you see is the struggle. When I tell you I'm living large, you tell me it's trouble. Congratulations on the wedding. I hope your wife knows she gotta play it for life, and that's no bullshitting. I know we grew apart, you probably don't remember. I used to think for your sister, but never went up in her. And I can see us after school, we bomb on the first motherfucker with the wrong shit on.
Really seen this today. It'd be interesting to see what his last two cards are.
Isn't this the mirror pigs deck?
Yeah, I was being sarcastic. Sorry about that.
Got it. You slept really well last night. I slept mediocre, so.
Hey, I was in a tent in the middle of nowhere. I didn't sleep very well either.
Oh no, that was the guy I got coffee from this morning. He was quite chipper.
Oh, was he?
And I don't know how I feel about that.
So I think this last card from here, from Gariko, is going to be Poison, or at least he hopes. I think Fireball, even though it looks like it would have an advantage in this deck, you want that Poison at the bridge just to maybe stop anything from coming down. Usually you do a Fireball and then you see the Zappies and the Flying Machine, so having that Poison more just lane blocks. But a lot of damage here early on from Ali, which typically you normally see the Minor Wall Breakers get the damage, and then the Royal Hog would slowly get some damage back, but that early damage is going to be hard for Grieco to come back from if he doesn't get perfect defenses from here on out.
Musketeer working on the left-hand side, protected by the Goblins. And
a nice Fisherman.
Yeah.
That was a really nice Fisherman, yeah, because he's going to have to deal with this Flying Machine still, and with the Giant Skeleton coming down, he knows that it's going to be going to its death no matter what.
LA currently ranked 34th in our Clash Royale League world rankings. And of course, you can get in the Clash Royale League yourself. Don't forget, your Path of Legends push has a few more days left, one more week. Top 1,000 qualify for our monthly brackets.
An early good game there from Ali.
Yeah, really.
Thinking that he had the win, but a really good defense from Grieco, and he suddenly kind of turned it around.
No one has ever said that Ale lacks confidence.
No, I think it's a good thing to have, but now you might be slightly worried about how it's going to look after the match if you don't win. You don't know if that'll make you play better or start to panic. You can see him laughing on the cam there. He's definitely probably got someone in his ear making fun of him.
Minor walk right into the Giant Skeleton. No pickup there though. Wallbreaker's trying to sneak on past. And not able to. 1270 to 1414. Lots on the board here for LA to contend with as he goes ahead and just uses the poison on the left to take care of that three-part push.
Yeah, and a push that kind of just got dissected straight away from Grieco. This looks really scary, and then with that poison coming down and defending all in the middle, using both towers to your advantage, just all of a sudden goes away.
Mirror Giant Skeleton goes left-hand lane, triple elixir, 50 seconds left. Can Rico continue to, as my co-caster put it, dissect these pushes? So far, so good, but a nice minor catch does keep the Tribe Gaming player in it for these final 30 seconds. Wall breakers trying to sneak on past. Arrows high. Musketeer has to be dealt with. Down to 11-14. 300 HP separating these two. Alain needs to get one big move here, but does he have it in him? Mirrored arrows will not do enough, especially not with that minor damage on the right-hand side. Now pigs go right. Not able to go pigs left, and a good game comes out one more time, and this is a very different good game from the last one.
Yeah, definitely. Some really good protection of the Musketeers by Greco. I think that was the key in that defense. He was cycling the Musketeers early, acknowledging that he's got no way of dealing with them, and as long as he protects him, they will just continuously shoot against Ali's push there. So a really nice play from Greco.
And I have seen someone in the chat call my glasses $1 glasses, and I will half defend them, half not. They're $25 glasses, folks. They're not $1 glasses. And you can get them at Gooder. There's a link in the description, and you can use my code RICH for 15% off. These are the Gooders. These are the jams. So if you want $25 glasses for 15% off, use code RICH. How about that? If I could give them away for $1, I would. But I can't do it, unfortunately.
Anyway, going into the next matchup here, we see a little bit of BM from Jaboost in the clam chat as well. Because of that good game, it's going to be Greco versus Betfast. Be interesting to see.
I got to talk. I got to tell what I feel. I got to talk about my life as I see it. Biggie. Biggie. Biggie.
仲會真心支持同話使唔使咁大件事嘅點嗰班人，真心支持同使唔使咁大件事點嗰班友，用下你哋坐住咗嘅腦諗下，如果自己件事中嘅第三者係你屋企人、好朋友，俾一個假導航。
Biggie, how are you gonna do it? Do it. Biggie.
俾一個假導航，有苦之苦搞大咗，仲要叫佢落咗，佢唔好負責，唔會負責任。你估你嘅想法做法會唔會唔同？話自己中意聽哲學。係自己中意聽哲普，學好多嘢，blah，連最基本做人嘅同理心都冇，學咩人扮有學識。仲要佢用一個大話冚一個大話，誠信真係好有問題。睇咁多 終於有一個正常啲，有啲真係好癲，個腦壞咗咁。佢哋嘅留言令我會諗，鍾意學哲學嘅人係咪真係識獨立思考，定係價值觀出晒事，心都寒晒。只可以話針唔到，只可以話針唔吉到肉唔知痛，亦然為平凡嘅人有啲無謂，佢自己都認衰，仲有咩平凡嘅空間加，幕後佢繼續promote 哲學佢嘅事，個成點都係咎由自取，係咪叫咎由自取啊？始終都係成年人要為自己同身邊人負責任，目前就真係唔好再出現啦，好走唔送。安心事件嗰時，全城圍攻同恥笑，而家又突然話其實感情生活都唔關大眾事，證明大家都幾雙重標準。
3 hits on it, and if you're tanked by the miner, you're gonna have to use a spell otherwise. So just using that knowledge in all those pushes to get the win.
And you're gonna go ahead and see this final play here, dropping Phoenix and Hunter onto a balloon, and a balloon hit still getting through is just absolutely infuriating. But the miner doing its job, properly tanking, and that is a GG well played. You can see certainly not happy is Betfus in that one. So you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, folks, 5-0 in King of the Hill so far for Shot Kalalis, and potentially back-to-back King of the Hill sweeps. Yesterday, we did see a lot of this, where the team that was the favorite in the matchup crushed it in King of the Hill, but struggled in duel mode. And I'm curious if you think this is a feature, if this is just random occurrence, or is this also that in-game duel mode, because of the deck restrictions having to pre-submit your decks, that does narrow the gap a little bit between players?
Yeah, I'm not sure completely myself, Rich. I think it could possibly be coming down to a lot of players have been kind of drilled in the duel mode to where that's all they're practicing now. So you see like the real kind of, I guess, higher skill players being able to win a lot more in KOF because they're naturally able to do it. We see kind of, I think, like a lot of the pros now are just literally very good at like 4 decks that are kind of very suited to duels, so that could possibly be a reason.
Sir Merit asking, what is my favorite deck to play with? Real, anything with NATO Magic Archer is pretty much my favorite. So I've gone through various versions: Minor Wall Breakers, NATO Magic Archer; Drill, Golden Knight, NATO Magic Archer. When it's Infinite Elixir, I play a NATO Magic Archer super like cheap cycle just for the lulls, with a mirror as well. So there you go.
In Mega Draft, will you always choose Magic Archer Tornado?
Not always. It really depends on what the first spells are. But if I see
true.
Fireball, Magic Archer, and if I see Fireball, Magic Archer, and Flying Machine, I'm trying to snag that Fireball and this be abusive.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those cards, I think, even though we're not playing Mega Draft right now, in the Mega Draft kind of format, if you get a Magic Archer down and they've got no answers for it, it can do so much damage.
And Tommy asking what's the fourth deck Mohamed Light uses. I don't know what the fourth deck was, but you can go through and maybe try to figure that out from Royale API that has tons of information that you can see from various pros. As they are just slowing all the way down here.
Yeah, it looks like Rico's going to have the RG Skeleton King deck with Fireball. We don't see it as much, but I think it's good for specific matchups, which is obviously what Jabusa's is trying to get here. We see Sandbox playing the deck that Rico just played there. And a nice log there to get the King Tower activation. That's going to be quite big. A lot of damage from this matchup will come from the miner, and now he's always going to have to play it in a safe spot, which just allows Rico to get that extra defense on and always kind of predict it.
And that's really interesting. One of the interesting features about the Monk is you're seeing players getting better and better. I know that used to see earlier on you would see people really pull the Monk to the middle to try to get that reflection, but players have really worked out the physics of how to make sure that that actually does reflect, even if the Monk's not that far inside.
Yeah, definitely, and it's nice to see like a champion having an ability that can also cost you the game too. Just makes that extra kind of skill factor in it, and it's nice to see the environment that Clash Royale played in, I think.
That's a good point. Here we go, Royal Giant left-hand side, Mother Witch behind. Bomb Tower going to work, Fireball trying to help break through, Goblins for DPS. That's a good log, we'll get 2 shots out of the Royal Giant, 1453. And we are getting closer and closer to a second King of the Hill sweep for Cal Pugans.
Yeah, it's just going to be like this, I think, from Greco. He's going to do a few RGs. He'll always fireball the bomb tower as long as he's not got the risk of a counter-attack. This is probably going to be one of Sandbox's last big pushes, I'd say. Zappies are going to come down in the middle most likely, and that'll just stop it all, really, to be honest with you. He's got the fireball now, and it should all be good.
That will still be death damage on the right-hand side, so 1773, things getting very close with a minute 15 left.
Sandbox is going to want to keep up the pressure here. A nice RG though from Greco. That will just stop him from getting a miner down and using his spells at the same time too.
Arrow in, Snowball in for the clear. Loon's not going to be able to do it. Miner does try to get in early, maybe just he'll get the bird on tower, which would be huge in and of itself. No, High Fisherman to prevent that one from happening. 48 seconds left. 300 HP separating these two. Royal Giant down on that left-hand lane. Fireball trying to get the bomb tower off. Will the DPS be enough in time? Monk trying to knock back. Royal Giant trying to get there. It will not. Balloon to the right-hand side. Arrows to clear. Miner in. Miner goes to the safe spot here. Fishboy to pick up. Huge shot from the Skelly King on the left-hand lane. Can that balloon escape? A second balloon down. Pressure in, 22 seconds left. Royal Giant left-hand lane, 883 to 986. Very, very close here. Can we slow that down? Fireball gets on the right-hand side. Balloon not going to get death damage. Miner has to come in. Can Sandbox get Miner plus Snowball? Arrows in. Fireball opposite way, not going to be there in time. And wow! Tribe Gaming finally able to get on the board in King of the Hill, courtesy of an excellent performance by Sandbox here in Game 3.
Yeah, some really nice Sandbox pressure there. Doing even those loons before the miner, making him deal with the loon and then the miner getting on tower. I think that last fireball as well from Greco really cost him. With 15 seconds left, you need to be fireballing that tower and hopefully just not taking the balloon death damage in that situation.
And you see the first balloon death damage in, second balloon down, High Tombstone, and that 986 was absolutely huge. This Royal Giant on the left, not able to break through, and you see the balloon being talked about right there. That was the fireball. The fireball on defense had to come out for Greco, and then this Miner Snowball plus arrows, more than enough, and no log available. The log on the left-hand side could have been a viable option as well, but just not quite enough there for Grieco to get it done. And Tribe Gaming stays alive in this King of the Hill set just a little bit longer. And we're about to jump right into it. Next up for Tribe Gaming is going to be Lucas, who we have not seen yet today.
Yeah, and a very big daunting task from Sandbox, but I think out of all the players from Tribe, he's the one to do it, to get this reverse sweep. Knowing that you've got to beat 3 of the top players in the world, Sandbox is going to be the one to do it, and I think getting that first win in the King of the Hill is going to really help him and give him the confidence. It looks like Sandbox is just copying decks, though, at this point, just going for what they're playing.
Well, sometimes that's the move, and we've seen that in King of the Hill so often.
Could be Graveyard here, though, from Sandbox. Most likely an RG or Pigs from Lucas. A slight variation from Sandbox here on Rico's last deck. It looks like he's swapped out the Phoenix for the Mother Witch, which can be an advantage in some situations. Obviously, both cards have their positives, have their negatives.
Mother Witch, you know, initially a very polarizing card because she's theoretically so matchup dependent, but it really does feel like, and I don't know if you own the same opinion, you know, Mother Witch was, oh, well, she's so great if you're against Graveyard, but otherwise, like, what is she even doing there? It seems like she's actually found a pretty solid spot in, and obviously she's primarily in certain decks, but she doesn't feel as polarizing as she once did. I don't know if something's changed or if it's just that Graveyard is kind of dead anyway.
Yeah, I think people have got better at dealing with her. I think even the Graveyard players, when they're playing a Mother Witch deck, you typically see like a Splash Shard player just not even Graveyarding the whole game, and they'll just get a few poison cycles, and it's just learning to adapt to what counters you in that way. I think that was a main reason for it, but I think we're seeing a lot of it. Obviously, the nerf that made it die to log and arrows really hurt the Mother Witch too. Also, because obviously a big spell is always going to take it out, but a lot of people are running log as well, and that was always like a big factor, I think, in its decline.
And just controlling that flying machine with the fireball, immediate mirrored flying machine behind.
And a big push coming down here. The arrows do clean everything up though, but really protecting that flying machine, Lucas doing well, knowing the fireball's not in cycle. You may try and like predict a Phoenix here, or just go in, use that giant skeleton being still alive as a little buffer for those pigs, making them use their fireball, and that flying machine's getting so much value.
Does he mirror pigs here? You see him waited to 10. No, he goes sets up flying machine in the back one more time. And that flying machine will be sufficient to deal with this Skeleton King. I don't think Sandbox pops the ability here. No, he lets that one die. He knows that wasn't doing anything. And no protection of this first flying machine once more. Oh, arrows do come out. Never you mind.
Yeah, and this is just hard for Sandbox to deal with. You'll see that first flying machine and really want to fireball it, knowing it's going to kill off its troops, but the second he does, he just gets punished for it.
And this time pigs do get on tower. Mirrored pigs for the first time on the left-hand side, right into the Skelly King, so some splash will help.
And this could be dangerous here for Lucas with this big push here. Although he doesn't have a fireball, so he can remember that, using that to his knowledge. But with this ability, he's going to have to arrows and get a few other troops. This could be game over.
This is a huge challenge. Giant Skeleton down. Royal Giant going to do a ton of damage. Zappies both directions. These fireballs might come out.
Well.
Yeah, wow. And that
Fishman pulling his Fishman and then the Giant Skeleton as well.
And Lucas calling good game. Sandbox with a real opportunity here to suddenly put his team on his shoulders. If he could beat Mohamed Light in the 1v1 and then get a reverse sweep, that could set the entire match off in a alternate universe that I don't think anyone coming into today. Well, actually, let me go ahead and rephrase that. The prediction was only about 65% for Pugins, which I was kind of surprised by. Sandbox has a real shot right now to change everything.
And like you said, Rich, you were asking me who's the player to step up, and I said it could be any of them, but if someone does, that could be the game-changing thing. It looks like Sandbox is the player to do so. I think that that last Mirror Royal Hogs shows from Lucas that the fine line between when is the right time to play. Obviously, It's a 5 elixir card, and with mirrored it's going to be 6, so it's quite hard to deal with.
Well, you know, you're seeing in the replay here, and the replay starts a little bit late because we got everything involved, not just the play. But if you go back to the front of the replay here, he played those mirror hogs into a totally healthy giant skeleton. Into the so it's one of those things where you're allowing him to tank some damage, have a healthy champion clear everything up without giving up too much, and then start a pretty nasty counter push, right? So it's one of those things where you're spending 6 elixir purely on offense for what return on investment? And I think that's the problem we saw here is a very low return on investment to set up a very high opportunity to capitalize for his opponent. So now we go into game number 5, and it's going to be Mugi back out. So will we see Mugi magic once more? Will he go 4-0 on King of the Hill? Or are we going to see the second reverse sweep from Sandbox in consecutive sets here?
I really hope so, because I think that gives us the better chance at going to that last King of the Hill decider, and could Sandbox do it again, who knows? But yeah, like you said, again, with that Royal Hogs deck, I think that's why we see it only really being played the mirror in a triple elixir or wants to win the game, you know? It's just one of those trump cards that can really backfire, but can be really strong if you used it right.
I think I said skeleton, giant skeleton, not Skelly King, but Skeleton King is the correct answer there.
Yeah, and it looks like we're seeing RG versus Royal Hogs, so another matchup we haven't seen very much of, so I wonder how this is going to go. It just shows how strong these two decks are, though, in the meta. If they're having to play them so much, it means that there's really not the best counters to them, and it's just going to be these decks against each other over and over again.
Well, I think it shows that, and I think it also just shows how necessary having some sort of deck restrictions in gameplay really is.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm enjoying King of the Hill. We get these sweep opportunities, but you have to create some sort of ability to create micro metas or oh boy.
Yeah.
And once again,
What even happened?
Lots of troops got onto the tower from SB. And then
I didn't think of that. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I think Sandbox was just a bit too over-aggressive here in single. Usually both players just feel that each other out for a good reason. You don't want to lose it straight away, especially with this RG deck being, I think when you play this Pigs deck against RG, there's such a fine line between a good play and a bad play that it's better just to not make the play unless you're 100% sure.
Rhino Craft saying, surprised that they put Mo out considering they have to win this one. Well, two things with that. One, Mugi is still a S tier player, but also they set their whole lineup for King of the Hill before the set begins, so you cannot choose moment by moment.
And Sandbox just open for a removal here. It looks like Mugi's pretty much just going to keep stacking in the same lane and we get one RG down, or even if he just cycles logs at this point, it's all pretty much a winning situation for him.
Mother Witch trying to hold steady here up front. A little more protection for her as well. Mirror Giant Skeleton down in the back for Sandbox, but Sandbox not feeling long for this matchup as the Fireball cycle begins. But Fireball cycle on tower with this deck could be dangerous. Probably not going to be, though, as the Skeleton King just clogs up the lane with the Tombstone and Zappies. Plenty of time here for Mugi to cycle back, and there you go. GG, well played. Mugi says, let me back in, coach. 4-0 on the day, and now Cal Pugans will have match point in our final set.
Who needs Moonlight, hey? And you've got a Mugi to save the day.
Daddy's
高質清泉，冇咗嚴肅更加可惜。唔好講咩，如果受害者係你邊個，老實啲認咗佢你班撚樣，老實啲認咗佢你班撚樣嗰一排又唔記得收爹啦，扮咩道德撚點呀？祝你家人日日俾人中槍，話咩啫？鳩痕又鳩痕就鳩痕啦，你係真誠嘅就唔會對你太不忠，你係真誠嘅就唔會對你太不忠，唔好拎性格缺陷，唔好拎性格缺陷做擋箭牌，thank you， 有必要。
Exchange on the right was fascinating. 3 guards to stop the bomb tower, but then the hog to distract the opposite direction. He gets in, the log gets in. We are seeing some really high-tier gameplay from both of these two right now. At the moment, it's Sandbox getting the better of it.
Yeah, but Sandbox getting a lot of damage there, but Mo did slightly claw something back, and I think that shows when you're looking at a play happening and you think, oh, well, Mo's in a lot of trouble here, and then 10 seconds later he's ended up getting more damage. It shows how on top these kind of players are. But more on tower there, he's got no Ice Spirit to reset, he can protect from these guards. With that hog down, coming down, could end up taking the tower before he gets the damage.
This is very close. Can the mortar do it? And Hog Rider gets it done. Mohamed Light sneaks right on through, and you talk about risk-reward here. Mo recognizing, hey, I can't stop that mortar, but I can stop your tower from being alive. Here we go. Opposite lane. GG, well played.
Yeah, Mo smiling as well on the camera. He knows he's got away with that one, but if there's a player to kind of make the best out of a bad situation, it's definitely Mo. Archer's being played here from Mo. We don't see that as much. It probably signals that it's a Mega Knight deck. He could also be going with like a quick mana cycle too.
Dragon played outside the range. NATO pulls it in, and that could be a real problem with a NATO or with an E-Giant and the Brawler. Brawler handled. The E-Giant does a ton of damage. Healthy Mega Knight plus Prince opposite direction. How does Sandbox deal with this?
Yeah, this is what's going to come down to. He either takes this push in one, or Sandbox gets a really nice defense off, but it looks pretty bad for Sandbox. Yeah, a very aggressive E-Giant there in a matchup where if you play slow, you've probably got the advantage, so Sandbox not going to be too happy with that. But still, he can easily come back, playing slow, and getting back into this game. An early ability there, meaning the archers can come down safely, not have to worry about getting dashed on.
And just phenomenal play here by Mohamed Light in game number 2, and at the moment in a really phenomenal position. So here's the question, SB, as Sandbox prepares for this next round. How much does Mohamed Light, at what point does Mohamed Light continue defending versus decide to just full send opposite lane, expecting he's going to lose this tower on the right? And you see here, very close to losing it, and now Lightning will do it, so that might have been
I'd say,
right there.
Yeah, I think that answers it for you. I think he doesn't defend any more pushes, but he just knows that a Lightning's always going to come down, so as soon as that Lightning comes down, that's your signal to punish and get your damage back.
Does he defend this and make him play the Lightning, or something?
I personally would, but he's not, so I think that's a better play. So going into this, just lane attack here, and the Prince is really Mo's trump card here. Doing this Prince into this E-Giant, it really DPSs it quite fast and kind of is the saving grace in him for this matchup. But this is slowly turning back into Sandbox's favour. Even though he's got 1800 damage, this is the kind of Sandbox would have took the situation definitely, given what's happened early on in the game.
And look at that E-Giant directly on top of the archers. That's a huge one here. Phoenix distracting, lightning in. This is going to be a lot of damage here. Sandbox going to get himself right back into this and maybe even take the lead, and he does. Here we go. Sudden death overtime on its way. Keep in mind, folks, Pugins has match point right now. A win in this game sends Pugins to the grand final. Sandbox needs this one, and so far finding creative ways to stay alive.
Yeah, and we see Sandbox going really aggressive there, like he did in single, but it paying off. So it just shows that if he was a bit more hesitant in that first push and just wait to double, it would have been the game in the bag. This is quite an awkward situation for Mo to be in, really. He can't really do too much, and the more he cycles into his lane, allows Sandbox to build up these Phoenixes. I think what he's going to try and do is keep up that opposite lane pressure and hope to kind of keep track of Sandbox's ground troops, not give him too much value for an E-Giant like he just gave there. And this is looking not too good here. He's going to get a pinch down late, but a lightning will probably come down eventually. And that's going to be a lot of damage.
And NATO's
nice NATO too.
The archers. One does not go down. That helps. 847 to 867. We are very tight as we go into triple elixir.
Yeah, and this print's going to be difficult to deal with, actually. I think this could be game for Mo, unless he's able to get a really nice defense off. Which it looks like he does, to be honest.
Wow, Wallbreaker trying to sneak through. They don't do it. Mega Knight needs to not leave. Bird does it, leaving the miner. And a bandit in the pocket. E-Giant picks up. Great reaction play by Sandbox to save the game.
Yeah, and that was such a good bandit in the pocket from Mo there. Sandbox was getting ready to do an E-Giant in the pocket himself, and that bandit shows that he's not able to do that. He's able to get a few more seconds to get that minor damage, and a few arrows will hopefully do it. It's just about Sandbox getting this E-Giant away, and another great bandit. That's exactly what I was talking about before.
And there you go. Mohamed Light, unstoppable. And we talk about it. This was, again, this is the second time we've had just an amazing set that Sandbox is involved in, where Sandbox ends up taking the loss. And hold on, this is where I'm supposed to be. Congratulations, Pugins, going on through to our grand final here. But this is the second tremendous set of the weekend that Sandbox has been a part of, and then come out on the losing end. We had that great one with Surgical Goblin earlier on, and then, of course, this one right here. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this set. I think this is this set. Let me go ahead and just double check this. I think I actually have to go in. Nope, that's the previous set. Give me 1 second, folks. I'm trying to find the appropriate replay from our replay collection. And where, let's see, that was at that time. So, probably, let's go with this. You can see Pugins now all the way into our grand final, where they'll await either their teammates on Shock Kalalis, the other Kalalis team. Will we have a cat versus cat matchup in the end, or up against the team of, and here we go. Here's our first, I did finally get our correct replays. Here's our first replay of the day, and this was the Hog versus Hog matchup. And this is one where it really felt like it was going to be all Sandbox. It seemed like he had this one completely sewn up here. The early damage, the mortar connections, this exchange right here where the guards come out and then the EQ is used to try to get the mortar connection. This Hog opposite lane, really smart stuff from Mohamed Light, and that ended up being the story of this game as we go into our next look at that same match. This is closer to the end here, as you see the EQ cycling on the right, and Mohamed Light once more is going to time the mortar perfectly and go to that opposite lane with the log, with the earthquake, and when the Hog comes in the opposite way, he shuts it down with the Ice Spirit plus guards. And look at how far low it is, and then once more, just the timing of these Hogs against these mortars from Mohamed Light was absolutely choice over and over again. And then we move on into game number 2 here. And this is a little bit later in the game. Towers on the right-hand side already both down. And this, I believe, I'm trying to remember which replays I pulled here. I think this is the Pocket. Yeah, we go. There we go. It's the Pocket Electro Giant against the Archers. And this felt like it was enough for Sandbox to go ahead and get this game all sewn up. The pocket gets him right back into the game, gets the damage. This is where USB were saying, hey, it looks like it might have gone the other way. But then we get, of course, all the way to the end here. And Mo doing a great job keeping pressure. Saw minor.
Obviously, Pompeo is such a strong player too in himself. So all these players.
嘅就堂堂正正交代清楚，以絕流追魚，冇擺就擺一個換屈我啦，我做多咗你哋就可以屈我當我犯罪嘅態度。懲罰嘅態度由分小孩拉嗰時一直睇，直至呢一年越來越變質，願意係將哲學普及化，願意係將哲學普及化，結果搞到變咗娛樂化，睇到啲流居然可以係咁多，居然可以係咁多人覺得純粹係私人感情事，而唔係面。好細我啲字，睇到啲留言，居然可以咁多人覺得純粹係私人感情事，而唔係面向社群。同公眾就知 TDS 變咗娛樂團體，而唔係哲普團體。
Real giant shots. Great play from Diego B as we go into our final 90.
Yeah, much solid defense here from Diego B. I don't see Ruben getting too much more damage. Diego's really got to play these musketeers in the back, because it's always going to take a fireball and a log, and you want to be using that fireball on that bomb tower, otherwise you're just going to get so much damage. Not having the monk in this deck for Ruben doesn't allow you to play the ability and let the bomb tower kill itself. So he's just going to be cycling musketeers, and then even if a fireball's using that musketeer, then the bomb tower comes down, and it's just so hard for Ruben to break through. But a good ability here could help him. He's not got the must down, so we may get a few shots here, even if that's all Ruben will take at this point. Probably a slightly over-aggressive RG here, especially with that log that allows him to get the goblins down for free defense, and then Diego would be able to reset with minor wall breakers.
And again, wall breakers just keeping that tombstone out of business. 762, 1136. Musketeers have been choice for Diego B such far. The right-hand damage, a lot of that from a muskie that's snuck on through. But now Musketeer over to the right-hand side, needs a bomb tower to hold on to this first Royal Giant. Fireball to clear. Log trying to get a shot, and one Royal Giant shot does get in. That's really huge. 14 seconds left. Poison down on the right-hand side. Has to handle the Musketeer. Has to get on tower. And Ruben cannot do both at the same time. Muskie gets the shots in. And Diego B taking game number 1.
Yeah, quite a hard matchup there for Ruben. I think both players played quite well, but they both did have opportunities to win. I think all that damage taken by Ruben early on is going to be really hard for him to take, knowing that it came rather close at the end, and 900 HP was in it, kind of thing, and if he didn't take so much damage early on from that Musketeer. I think all that damage as well from that Musketeer early on came from a really nice minor from Diego B to the back. It almost took that Skeleton King, if I remember correctly, straight to the back, and that Musketeer got
嘅利益先係咁，一切都係夠有秩序，大家反而要你 take care 我不是室友，不是真係真心。
Zappies to help work against it. Ariel's trying to clear. Not going to do enough. GG, well played. 2 up, 2 down for Diego B. Hot start for Chivas.
Yeah, definitely, and as like
adversarial,
he's definitely getting that feeling back. It's such an adrenaline rush playing on these big competitions and doing well. So the more he feels this, the more he's going to want to keep succeeding.
And he certainly is feeling it quite nicely. Who do you think is going to win based on the decks we're seeing so far? Well, I think that RG is going to win that matchup pretty consistently. No Mitch saying this matchup is awful for pigs. Diego going crazy. Yeah, Diego doing well. And I don't know. Let me see.
Not really too many ways to punish. You could go with an Archer Queen at the bridge, but with the Golden Knight coming down, that's just an Archer Queen that kind of wasted that you want on defense. Giant Skeleton just a lane block, probably a building cycled next, or he can try and get away with a defense with no building. Sometimes that's quite a good play. Instead, goes with the bomb tower in the middle, as far away as possible, takes the earthquake log on the archers, gets them out of the way, knowing that with the Giant Skeleton down, it's going to block everything else coming down the lane, so he's got really no issue with doing that quite aggressive play on those archers.
40 seconds left in regulation time. So far, so good for Adriel. Is going to push right into this E-Giant here. Very aggressive. Hog will get, no, does not get any, courtesy of a NATO into the Electro Giant. Archer Queen goes down as well. Elixir pretty even except for that big Electro Giant on the board. This is an opportunity for Diego B. Guards to cover. They do go down, and you see the value of the Giant Skeleton in this matchup, pretty much shutting down everything here at the bridge.
Yeah, and the ability of this Hog player not to really have to play a building is such a nice one. You're always scared of that second E-Giant coming down, but if you can get away with a defense without using that bomb tower, it's not a thing anymore. And again, I don't think he's going to have to get building down that RG, not the RG, the Giant Skeleton. There's actually a lot of DPS. With the previous E-Giant, when it was 8 Elixir, you usually wouldn't be able to get away with it, but it's a lot weaker now. And the Giant Skeleton, even the second Giant Skeleton coming down, that bomb's going to kill a lot of the Golden Knight and a lot of the E-Giant. He goes with a bomb tower, but I don't even think he needed it at this point. A nice prediction archers here, but still, everything just going into its death.
Elixir, though, leaning heavily towards Diego, and he feels that. Doubles down Electro Giant at the bridge. Bar Barrel trying to go for the bomb tower that comes
And
late.
the Phoenix
Delayed bomb.
comes down, gets the log off too late, and I think that's it. He's got no resets. He's going to have to get the Archer Queen down, but it's going to be too late at this point. Like you say, a really nice acknowledgement of the Elixir situation from Diego B there. It looked like he wasn't able to break through, but Adriel must have just overspent on defense that little bit too much. And I think the Phoenix egg popping really killed him off.
And Diego, you see, pumped in the reaction there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay of how this all went down. So you see the first selection as the Bar Barrel comes out with the archers to take down the bomb tower. Giant Skeleton comes out and cleans all of this up, but take a look at what happens at the end of this push, right? So you see, if I back this up just a little bit here, as the Giant Skeleton, before the E-Giant comes down, Giant Skeleton is doing a good job of cleaning stuff up here, but take a look, the Elixir is already a 4 Elixir advantage for Diego B. He completely recognizes that, and that's what that previous exchange was making it so that his opponent would have to overspend on the defense. This Bar Barrel coming out early, the delayed bomb tower is the right idea, but you're already so far behind on Elixir. So again, keep in mind, we're pretty late in the game here, not even the triple yet. Diego recognizes, capitalizes, and that's a King of the Hill sweep for Diego B. Get on with it.
Yeah, really solid plays all around. I think that just shows his experience coming through, coming back into the game. Obviously, I think he's been streaming a lot more though. He's been playing, but experience matters at this point, and he's showing that.
People are giving some love to Diego B with a great King of the Hill sweep to kick things off. Diego clutched. Let's see. People were saying that Diego might be in trouble there, but did a great job of picking things up. And set number 1 for Chivas Esports, as you guys can see over there on the side. Let's see. Arden Toas will 1v1 or Diego has a momentum. Good question here. What do you think? If you're on the coaching side of Chivas, I'm assuming you give Diego a little break here. But you know, what's your pick then for the 1v1 set if you're on the Chivas Esports side?
Yeah, I think as long as you get to it, I think, yeah, definitely Diego, throw him in. He's on fire, he's doing well. Definitely not the second set, let him rest. He's probably got a lot of adrenaline in him right now. Let him change his decks, that's also another thing. But yeah, why not? He's on fire.
Yeah, so there's certainly questions there. And again, the Chivas Esports lineup for this competition, Anaban, Diego, Arden Toas, Hasiel, Pompeo. And looks like it's going to be Ruben versus Arden Toas. That's going to be the matchup. So no surprises here to see Ruben coming out, or no surprises from my perspective. To see Ruben coming out for the 1v1. Although Pedro, I think, would have been a pretty solid choice here as well. Arden Toas, the pick for the 1v1 on the Chivas Esports side. So You know, Arden's been pretty good in this competition. Hasiel, of course, coming off of a number 2 finish in March for Clash Royale League. And yes, those of you asking where Andrew is, there's your answer. He's taking care of his dog. So doing the Lord's work here on a Sunday is Andrew Guy taking care of his dog.
Yeah, and I think Arden Toas is somewhat getting some form back. I think he dropped after World Finals last year. He was in a bit of a slump. But watching him play yesterday, it seems like he's back. He played really well, I thought. In lots of his games, he was quite composed, and getting the old Arden Toas back that we saw was so strong in the past few years.
And Arden Toas currently ranked 32nd on our CRL rankings for this season. Did make it to World Finals, but then finished off, only made top 16, didn't end up getting more from it that time around. But you're talking about a guy who is the North American champion for the Snapdragon Pro Series, who won the All-Stars competition in 2022, who came in second at the Queso Cup Golden Edition last year. So a guy who's certainly capable of big pop-off competitions and pop-off moments. The big question now is, can you have that same pop-off here against Ruben? And then, you know, we're talking about, you know, people who've maybe gone up and down in the last while. Of course, it's hard to say with Ruben, obviously. You never want to say, like, hey, where is he at the moment with his competition? But Ruben, again, is one of those guys. I think what we're seeing here are so many guys who are currently in that top 100 on CRL who are just looking for that 1 month to push them through. But on paper, right now, Ruben Arden Toas, let me go ahead and put you on the spot here, SB, as we jump into it in just a second here. Who are you picking?
Ruben. I think you just got to go with the experience at this point. I mean, he's just so strong. When you consider him for like the top 5 greatest of all time, if you're putting a player in there, you've just got to always favour them in these top competition moments.
And little cycle play from both players early. Arden gonna get that ghost. Does not get the monk in front of it. Be probably happy about that with the guards being taken care of by the ghost, as the monk can do some reflection.
It looks like we're seeing RG versus Hog Earthquake, perhaps. A slightly different version. We've not saw this version of RG here today. The E-Spirit definitely helping in this matchup to reset this Mighty Miner. Very aggressive RG though here from Arden Toas. I don't think it's going to backfire too much really. He's just going to let that go. I think if he pushed any more or did a fireball there, that's when he has to start to worry. But he is up 3 elixir and able to deal with this quite well.
First minute away, just a little bit of chip on both sides. It's very strange seeing Ruben in anything but a Queso jersey. But obviously,
yeah, definitely for sure.
Shot Kalalis has picked up quite a roster of talent for this 2023 year.
And a drill here from Ruben just to cycle to his defensive cards. This is going to be quite hard for him to deal with though. The one thing you've got to acknowledge is without the guards and the Mighty Miner in hand, a Royal Ghost and Monk at the bridge is just really hard to deal with.
And Musketeer requires a response, well timed from Arden Toas. Sai picks after I would ever play disc golf. Yeah, come to Austin, Texas. I'll play disc golf. I played 37 holes yesterday.
Are they called holes still? There?
Yeah, I mean, like the actual
You call it like 37.
The thing is called a basket, but you don't say you played 37 baskets. You still say you played holes.
Okay. And a good defense there from Ruben. I think this is going to come down to whether he can keep on defending the double RGs, going to triple and single, triple and double rather. A nice ability here to reflect that Musketeer's damage. And the Ghost always coming down. I think Ruben's going to want to try and outcycle this Ghost at some point and then go with a Prediction Fireball on perhaps like a Monk or a Fisherman, and that get a lot of that damage early. With an ability here, if you can get this off, I know he just played it, that could be crucial. Doesn't look like he gets it off, goes for the Lightning on the Musketeer instead, and I think that's going to pay off because of that bomb tower going down to the Fisherman. A few hits in.
So with sudden death, now activated. Arden Toas able to create a couple of good counter pushes.
And a really nice RG there from Arden Toas. You know, he's got a ghost. Some people would normally go into the bridge there, but letting Ruben spend into his push while he builds it up anyway is quite a good play to make. And it's just going to be hard for Ruben to defend. He can't really push into it. The Musketeer is just going to die no matter what. If he can get that ability off, a nice Fisherman as well, get the lightning down as well, and a prediction log. And this looks really hard for Ruben to deal with.
Electro Spirit in, Royal Giant gonna get a couple of shots here, and doesn't get the tower all the way down, but that's probably sufficient. 10:42 remaining. Ruben just not finding any purchase here, and you can see the minimal amount of damage, and it's, you know, you talk about all the different ways to counter a drill. The Ghost, I think is, you know, you talk about ranking them, the Ghost has to be way up there on the list just for how well it handles the goblins, but then also creates one of the most annoying counter pushes that you can deal with for just the
Yeah, definitely. You're getting a positive trade, and then also paired with the RG, it's just, there's so many different elements to the deck that, like, you've got splash damage from the Ghost, you've got the Phoenix DPS from behind, and if you get the Monk in front of that as well, you just can't put anything to defend it, so it's such a powerful push.
30 seconds left. Ruben trying to find a way. Switching lanes here. He might cycle back to one more, but he can't really because he has to play against this Royal Giant. He has to get one more down. He's going to go left with the next one. But look at all the damage. That's got to be a GG well played. Ruben might just have to regroup here and prepare for game number 2.
Yeah,
Log out,
just
so we're not going to see a
matchups.
hog from Ruben in game number 2. It's possible that we see him go Loon, as we've seen him like that a lot. Royal Giant open as well, the bar barrel version. So
yeah, and still a lot of decks to play from Arden Toas. Yeah, I was also saying a lot of decks to play from both of them. I think with the Fireball out though from Ruben, given how strong this Pig's deck is, we could very likely see that. Although he doesn't have the Fisherman, so that's also quite a big thing. I don't think we see the Fisherman played. And going into it now, it looks like Hog versus Ramrider Lumberjack, which is going to be quite an interesting matchup. I think the better player will win in this situation. It seems quite even overall.
So a little chip damage on the right-hand side, or more of a, let's call it chunk damage, really. 23:58 done for Arden Toas so far.
An early Hog with no round riding cycle is not something you want to see as this Bridgeman player. But I think, like you said, Rich, even though you thought they weren't going to play Hog, they're going to be playing Hog, but a lot of a worse Hog in this matchup. You definitely want to be having Log. This just shows it was quite a good pick from Ruben, acknowledging no Log in hand, doing playing a deck that requires a knockback against your win condition is a solid pick.
And we've seen Hog Rider Snowball getting played primarily in dual deck sets, and this is the problem it runs into. It's just the Snowball. There's a reason why Hog Log is a thing. And you're seeing the challenge here, although this Hog is going to try to find a way through here. And Ruben doesn't have anything for it at the moment. Cycle a little bit awkward and gives up a ton of damage here.
Yeah, and the Magic Archer coming down desperately, doesn't even get the alignment on the troops coming down. I think slightly aggressive there from Ruben. He went with his ability. Arden Toas acknowledged that he didn't have the elixir and just went in straight away. And even this Realm Rider, it seems quite desperate. It's not going to do anything. The Goblins too, just all hoping that something works out, but sadly not for him.
It's very possible. We're going to see a 5-0 start here from Chivas and require a reverse sweep of sets from Shot Kalalis. Right now, certainly feeling that way as that Hog Rider will get that tower down to finishing range. Snowball, Earthquake, or the wind from the flap of the wings of a butterfly will knock down that right-hand tower as Ruben pops a unique Monk ability, maybe a bit of a misclick there, and assuredly a misclick, as he was probably trying to put that Inferno Dragon to the right-hand lane and ran into the Monk ability button instead.
I may have to stop you there though, Rich. That's actually a play. It actually allows you to build up more elixir and you get the ability back. So you gain more than one elixir from that ability, and in the time delayed from that push allows you to gain one elixir. If you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, that's, I mean,
You know what I mean?
that's the first time I've ever heard that, and that is a fascinating bit of insight on the book.
Yeah, I actually saw it on Twitter. It's like this little like pro tip kind of thing, and it seems like Ruben must have saw the same thing too.
Not going to do enough here though for him. Obviously, as Ardentois takes the win here, and we are now maybe the place that nobody anticipated. 5-0 start here for Chivas Esports.
Yeah, and I think if Chivas do end up getting the win here, they're going to have all the confidence going into this last match. It seems like they're here to win. They're not lying down. It seems like both players, after winning, Diego B and Ardentois were both pumped up and ready to go and try and push on for the win.
Potato Skills asking, is the grand final today? Yes, absolutely. The grand final will be today. And it'll possibly be in 3 games from now with match point or match set here available for Chivas Esports. And, you know, everyone was kind of writing this as going to be Kalalis versus Kalalis, myself included. Chivas, though, coming out and on the back of Diego B and Ardentois, putting together a phenomenal early set here. So really, really nice work from them. King of the Hill, it's back to the wall here, and looking at the Shot Kalalis roster, Ruben, Sub, Vitor, Adriel, Pedro. We've seen Ruben now struggle, and I think struggle pretty mightily there. And Adriel, you know, doing his best in King of the Hill. We haven't seen Pedro yet. I have to imagine that when it looks like we are getting the lineups. I don't know if you've seen the lineups yet, but what's the lineup you would send out here if you are the Shot Kalalis coach in this case?
Yeah, I have seen the lineup, but I probably would give Ruben the rest. And I'd probably go with Vitor in that anchor position, although it looks like they haven't, just because he's got that experience. Yeah. And then one of Sub or Pedro in first, just to try and use their skill to get the wins rather than the pressure, if you know what I mean.
And the lineup is going to be Pedro, Vitor, Sub for Shot Kalalis, with Anaban, Hasiel, Ardentois. So Hasiel and Anaban both getting in the mix here for Chivas in our third set. And game number 1 will be Pedro versus Anaban. So, you know, we'll see if Chivas can keep the winning form going. Pedro has been good in CRL this year, has been up and down so far in this Queso Cup competition. I'm very curious to see how these two match up here. And let's see, Rich is my friend. Oh, very nice. Rick is my daddy. Well, I'm not paying for your education or for your car, so you know you're out of the house already, there, young one. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 1. Pedro, Anaban, let's do it.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see Chivas leave out Diego B. That shows that they're probably definitely saving him for this 4th or 5th set, putting the faith in him, judging on his playstyle today. And a very aggressive balloon here from Anaban, which is such an Anaban play. Anaban's one of those players that you don't understand the play until the game's done, and then you realise why he's done that. So I'm glad that he's playing a deck that's kind of typical to what he plays. We've seen him try to go into the meta sometimes, and it's not always worked out for him. So him playing a deck that's his playstyle is definitely something I want to see.
Anaban does need to Anaban, and so far, this has been an interesting exchange. Damage lead, and Lava Loon, and Lava's the opposite lane away from the drill.
Yeah, and this looks like it's going to be quite beneficial for Anaban. It's going to be hard for Pedro to deal with this in single elixir. He's definitely going to be wanting to get to double elixir. Although Anaban won't have a response to this Musketeer on defense, it just seems like he might be overwhelmed here. But if there's someone to defend it, it's Pedro, given how good his micros are with Minor Mortar.
And Loon does not connect, but Lava Hound going to go ahead and do some work there on that left-hand side. Musketeer sending over to the right behind the Mighty Miner. And this time, a little variation with the Skarmy going to the inside rather than directly on top.
And a really nice defense there from Anaban. That had to be perfect. Pedro was going in for trying to take his tower, really, acknowledging that he's not going to be spending that fireball in the lava cups. Instead, he's going to be trying to get damage to kind of power trade. But Anaban just stopped that with some nice plays.
And Drill will force out 2 spells here. Elixir lead back to Pedro as we go into double. And doesn't have a lot here to deal with these air cards. Fireball, Bomb Tower, Drill, Musketeer, and then sometimes maybe the knockback of that mighty miner bomb.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you there. Anaban looks like he's just going to be trying to get balloon dash damage to seal the game out. But a lot of pressure here from Pedro could overwhelm him. Although the Elixir lead is definitely in Anaban's favor.
Setting up Inferno Dragon to the right-hand lane. Musketeer in reply, and Chivas continuing to storm through. This could be a shocking turn for Shot Kalalis if they cannot clutch up here, although good damage and forcing gameplay into the right-hand lane doesn't matter because you're within arrow's range. 6-0 so far for Chivas Esports, and this team from Shot Kalalis has to be beside themselves with the results they're experiencing today.
Yeah, I think we all are as viewers too, but it's great to see. I think, like I was saying before, on paper they look like such the better team, but when teams come together and they've all got a game plan, like they're playing all like quite specific decks, they're getting decent matchups as well. So a lot coming down to the analysts and a lot coming down to the faith they have in themselves, I think. So it'd be great to see how they could do in the final if they end up making it.
So next up is going to be Vitor for Shot Kalalis, and Vitor, one of my personal favorites overall when you're talking about people in the scene. Certainly a talented player, a guy who's been a world finalist multiple times, but also just one of the guys who you're most excited to see in terms of you're like, oh, I know that this is a real I hate to blow up your spot, Vitor, real sweetheart in the Clash Royale scene.
Yeah, definitely, and I think Diego B is another one of them. He's just so kind, and it's always, you want to push those players to do well because they always mean well. They're never toxic. They're always just kind to you no matter what.
And those of you who are asking about how King of the Hill works, there's a comment on the screen right now breaking it down. 3 players from each team. Your goal is to knock out the players. If you win, you stay on. If you lose, you go sit down, and the next player on your team comes up.
And it looks like Anaban playing another one of his typical decks here, but it looks like Jabus has done a really good job. It looks like he's going to be playing E-Giant Mirror, a deck that Anaban is so good with on ladder. He always uses it to snipe, but he's really good with it. But it's going to be going into a Zappi's Hunter Graveyard, which is typical Jabus, and really nice matchup. But if someone's going to beat it, it's Anaban. So let's see how it goes.
And sets up opposite lane, does Anaban now, and how much do you see Anaban switching lanes back and forth as we go deeper into this one?
I think Anaban's just going to keep on doing things that are unexpected, so that it's not going to be something you can predict too much. Like that E-Giant in itself seems very aggressive in single, but he's got the plays. See, even like that cannon, he'll probably do a golden knight here and like a nado, just trying to get stuff on tower. Or he just does nothing and does exactly what I'm not saying, and just sets up a Phoenix in the back, acknowledging that it's actually not going to do anything, which again, definitely the right play. It would have just been a push that would have been countered. But I'm really not sure. It's such a bad matchup that the more you look at it, the more you think, oh, I don't even know what it's really going to do.
Giant Skeleton sets up. Graveyard not going to have a tank for it. Bar Barrel going to be good enough, but again, look at what this Giant Skeleton does. You meet it at the bridge to stop the tankage, and everything you use just ends up going down the drain. Elixir advantage now for Vitor, and he's going to press it. Cannon now needs to be cycled back around 2, and Fireball to clear. No Skeleton King ability, damage in either way. Smart variance in the gameplay here from Vitor, recognizing he didn't need Graveyard to get a big chunk of damage there.
Yeah, and I've got to say, this is admirable. This is a perfect snipe by Jabus. Normally this deck, we'd normally just see the Pigs version of it without the Graveyard. That's going to be slightly weaker to this E-Giant. We'd normally see the Snowball version instead of Fireball. That's going to be slightly weaker to this E-Giant. So even like the tiny things that you'd have a good matchup anyway, he's still getting right.
And this E-Giant trying to set up, but the Fireball, and here we go. Bird and Golden Knight somewhat healthy. Nothing for Anaban here to do but nado it all together, and that nado does not quite clear off the Zappies, but does get some good damage. King Tower activation, though, is absolutely huge.
Yeah, definitely rich here, but I think Anaban will take this going into the last minutes of the match. and a very aggressive Graveyard, and I think that's exactly what Vitor needs to do. However, if Hanavan does get a good defense off here, he could be in trouble. But with this ability, if he gets it popped off in time, it might be difficult for him to deal with. No splash on the tower though from Skeleton King. Hanavan's definitely going to be very happy about that. Those skeletons won't get any more hits, or they just get one. With a new giant coming down here though now, if he can get a good Nado off, or a Golden Knight as well, this could be at the end for Vitor. But I think with those Zappies, just going to absolutely destroy that push. The Lightning's really not going to do much. And Vitor showing that he can be aggressive in these situations. Probably one more Graveyard, one more Fireball, and that'll seal the game.
And there was a slight Elixir advantage, but the Elixir even outer. What's a good word? I'm trying to think of what's the word for the Elixir smoother. There's a word there that would make sense for the Giant Skeleton as a card that is really great at recovering from Elixir disadvantages. I don't have it yet.
I don't have it either, but I get what you mean. If anyone who's in chat has it, let us know down below. We'll do maybe a competition.
Yeah.
You don't win anything, but you win our hearts.
You know what? No, you can affect the nomenclature. You can right now, you in the chat can drive the official nomenclature of Clash Royale esports, right? Like, I talk a lot when it comes to Clash Royale esports. It's kind of what my job is. So if you can help us figure out what is the word to describe a card like the Giant Skeleton that is really good for helping you recover from an Elixir advantage or Elixir disadvantage, you could the thing you come up with might be part of the true Clash Royale esports nomenclature from today onward. That could happen, so figure it out. Elixir Equalizer, says DC the Boss. That's actually a really good one. Elixir Equalizer is the Equalizer that's an serious early frontrunner, SB.
Yeah, definitely, and I think you should be a salesman as well on top of that, because you really sold that prize of winning the best name for the Giant Skeleton.
Thank you very much. Andrew goes with Dexmanship. No, Andrew, we already had that's already a thing. Down, Andrew, down. Elixir, a Redeemer, I don't know, man. Equalizer is great. Equalizer is so great.
Yeah.
Elixir,
and the
reset, mail me
alliteration
your
too.
hearts. Equalizer. I gotta dial that. I like that one. Exterminator, Relief. Well, either way, let's see if Vitor continue providing some relief for Shot Kalalis as we go into game number 3. See what I did there? I've commentated before. Battle Balancer. Revision card. Elixir Medic. Equalizer, I mean, how is the first one? How do we get it right on the first try?
I don't know. It just works though, doesn't it? This is going to be very bad though, I think, for SIL. This is a big push here. If you can get down that log, that's tower gone. Vitor acknowledging that those wall breakers was a slight overcommit, letting them hit. And that's GG pretty much. I mean, I don't want to call it a nearly GG, but with these minor cycle decks, you typically want a 1-0 win, or even just winning from a tie. Even that Fisherman adding insult to injury, taking that Musketeer off early, the mana comes down late, and not looking very good here for Hasiel.
So it looked like after 6 wins in a row, Chivas was running off with it, but Vitor gonna go back-to-back, most likely here, of course, a minute 45. It's not an insignificant amount of time, it just happens to be, maybe in this matchup, insignificant for in this situation for Hasiel to come back. But the Equalizer, man, that's just brilliant. I'm gonna go ahead and put a vote here in chat. I think that we've got it. Is it the Equalizer? Yes. No. All right, go ahead. Let's chat. Let's vote, chat. I think that's perfect. But I'm curious what your opinion is.
And this could be even worse here for Hasiel. Going to be a lot of damage here. I think he may even just give up at this point. He doesn't. He goes with the miner, trying to save some face, but even with the Phoenix on the tower, this has just been a game to forget for Hasiel. Hopefully he can recover, go back into it. His team's still 2-1 up if they lose this cough set, but if not, still in a definite winning position, and he will definitely be needed in that last cough if it comes down to it.
And very curious what Chivas Esports will cook up here for game number 3. Because right now it's been all Vitor through 2.
And it's going to be Ardentois, who is on form right now in this last spot, so I wouldn't put it past him to keep playing well and bring back this Hill set for the 3-0 win.
I do like as a secondary, I think that the equalizer, that I looked at an equalizer is a great term for a card, and we have the vote in from YouTube. 63% saying yes on equalizer through 238 votes. I think equalizer for a card that is good at helping you recover from an elixir deficit is the perfect term. But a great secondary, Andrew, are you writing this down? I know Andrew's watching. Andrew, write this down. A great secondary is the Uno reverse. I think that's a great, like, if we need to mix it up, we've said equalizer too much. The Uno reverse is a great one. Maybe elixir reverse, but yeah, I think that's I think we got it. Print it, laminate that. We got it.
I do also like what someone said before, the deficit destroyer. That's another one. We could have multiple names. Each caster could have like their own term that they use.
Sure.
It's like their trademark kind of thing.
I'll let you take deficit destroyer. That one's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. No, you can keep it.
I'll be sure to get it in as much as possible, even in situations where it doesn't apply. Just gotta get it in.
This
really
deck could
promote
really
its value.
use a deficit destroyer. It doesn't currently have one, but man, if we could get a deficit destroyer for this deck, that would be tremendous. Yeah, I see what you're doing there.
Andrew Guy, sorry, that's trademark now. That's mine. You can't use it. You've got to think of your own.
Yeah.
It just happens to be that I've claimed that early on.
Yeah, no, the equalizer.
I've invested early.
I'm gonna start making Denzel Washington references repeatedly throughout this one. Yeah, the equalizer is perfect. I love it. I love it. Thank you, everybody. So here we go. Jumping into what should be game number 4 here. I think they're still updating the overlay.
An aggressive drill start from Ardentois. Not normally a play you see in comp, but I'll take it. Just defended with a Mighty Miner, quite simple. He let the Ice Spirit connect and just waited to see where the position of the drill was. It looks like it's going to be a mirror matchup though here. So this is going to be quite interesting to see who wins. As long as both players have log, it should be even. Sometimes you see them play Snowball, which would definitely have the disadvantage here, not being able to deal with the goblins as much.
And just happy to put that Muskin danger here.
Yeah, I think that will be the last time he does that. Originally, obviously, Ardentois was going to the opposite lane, but now, early on, he's going back to that same lane. And I think going aggressive here is pretty good play. The guards, though, great pick from Jabus yet again. That's going to change this matchup completely. Guards are going to be so much better than goblins. We're going to see a lot of prediction logs, just pretty much on every drill, I think, from both players. It's just a play that doesn't really have much downside and has so much upside. So now that he's got the guards, it's going to have that extra layer of protection that could really change the matchup here.
And again, I'm going to let League Ops know that we are missing a game there on that overlay.
Not much damage here from either side. I think this is just going to be a battle of chip. A goblin hit would be really big in this matchup. If you just get one goblin hit, that can slowly turn the tides, and if you get the damage lead, then the other player's going to have to play a bit more aggressively. It's going to come down to fireballs pretty much on every single push as we get into double. Logging too, and just hoping to get those goblin hits. Changing up the positions also is a great little play. Either doing on the outside play, but even that goblin hit is going to be quite crucial. The log coming down with the fireball. No ability there from the Mighty Miner, able to get the death damage on tower. We may see a little bit of retaliation here from Ardentois of a Mighty Miner fireball. Sorry, a drill fireball, but I don't think it's going to do too well with these guards having that extra layer of protection, showing that they're really going to be crucial in this matchup.
And those guards coming down with the drop delay, only getting 2 of their shields off too. Let's see if that ends up being impactful in some way. Great pre-fireball from Vitor, forces the log out. 1809 on the right-hand side, and now Ardentois trying to set up big on the left-hand line.
Yeah, and the minute you start switching lanes shows that you're in not the best position. Even though you're up damage on the other side, you're just hoping for something to break through. You've not got the other pressure elements like wall breakers in this deck as well, so your only real damage is going to be that drill, and when the drill's not connecting, it's just not looking very good for you.
Drill in to the front this time on the right-hand side. Musketeer plus Mighty Miner trying to create a decent push on the left-hand lane. Plenty of elixir to deal with this from Vitor's side. Bomb Tower does take some damage from the Mighty Miner, who will not connect. Fireball in. Ambitious Fireball from Arden Toas, but does not live up to his expectations.
Yeah, and like I said before, the minute you go down damage, you've got to stop making risky predictive plays, and then it just seems to crumble from there unless it pays off. But more times than not, it's not going to pay off against one of these top players like Vitor. And a great reverse sweep without the Caster's Curse coming in, if Vitor managed to get this win. Especially saving his team as well. In a position where they weren't looking too good, already down 2 sets, getting a bit of stability and showing why you are here is very crucial for all members, not just Vitor.
Yeah, I think that one of the biggest problems here for Arden is that he has no Clash Royale merchandise in his background. You see Vitor has a Heal Spirit, a little Goblin poster. Arden has a tennis racket.
Yeah, definitely. If there's Clash Royale gods, they're definitely going to be on Vitor's side just because of that. A nice Fireball as well. Even if it just gets the goblins and the tower damage, that's anything you take at this point. With the Mighty Miner as well being in his hand, he's already back to another drill, and he's going to have to defend that without be able to use the Fireball. The log will clean all of this up, and pretty clean sailing I think here from Vitor from here on out, judging nothing happens crazy.
Trying to clean up his last little bits, not making any big mistakes. It is Vitor. Log plus Fireball gets down 1173, but his lead way too high. Fireball in, Arden shaking his head. He knows that's a GG. He knows that's over. And that camera went off very, very quickly as Vitor completes the reverse sweep, or completes the sweep, and keeps Shot Kalalis alive, sending us into our 4th set.
Yeah, and will we see Vitor here being thrown into this 1v1? Even though he's just played a few games, it seems like he's the player in form for SK Kalalas and their best chance of getting through to the final, in my opinion. Yeah,
I mean, that's a big one. The other question here on the Chivas side is who comes out for Chivas in the 1v1. We already saw Diego B do a great job earlier on today with the King of the Hill sweep. We saw Arden Toas do really well in the 1v1, but Arden seems a little bit tilted from that last exchange. So, you know, I'm very curious to see who Chivas sends out. My pick here would most likely be Diego or Hasael. That's the two guys I expect them to go with. I don't know if you see that the same way there, SB.
Yeah, definitely. I think especially because Diego didn't play in that King of the Hill and he's already got the win today. He's ready, raring to go. He's not been in a losing set so far for his team today. So that will definitely be big going into it mentally.
And people are asking when are the finals? I see Starscream asking that. Grand final will be after this match. This is the second semifinal. We already have our first finalists in Cal Pugans. They are awaiting the winner of this match, and we'll be having that grand final just a little bit later today. But right now, of course, Chivas has to try to stop the bleeding here and shut things down now, or we're going to go to a set 5. And my expectation here is that if Chivas doesn't win this set, then it will be a full reverse sweep, and Shot Kalalis wins in our 5th and final set. And SB, I see you nodding. I guess you're agreeing here. Yeah,
definitely. I think this is very crucial. I think it's going to be a game of momentum, really. They've got to stop Kalalas before they build up anything, because obviously I think they know they're the stronger team. They know they've got to get the win early against them. So if they let them build up and start to get a bit of confidence back, that's going to smell like trouble.
And let's see, Square saying, can someone tell me what's going on? In all caps. This is the Queso Cup Split 1 Finals, and let's go ahead. I'll tell you exactly what we're doing. This is, let me go ahead and kaboom, hit you up with all this information here. We are in Split 1 of the Queso Cup. We had a qualified portion, a community team portion, and 4 invited teams who all went into our league phase that happened a couple weeks ago. It was an 8 team round robin. Top 6 teams moved on to our playoffs. Playoffs? We're in the playoffs now, $15,000 prize pool. This is just Split 1, by the way, folks. This is happening all throughout the year. It's a year-long $65,000 event for the Queso Cup 2023 Teams Edition. Our second split will be in July and August, and then there'll be a last chance qualifier and grand finals this December. 65K overall on the line throughout the year, and of course, like everything, you can participate in things just like this, including this one. Go ahead and go to esports.clashroyale.com to find out about all the ways you can participate in Clash Royale esports. We have the BESF competition going on that's going to have a grand finals live in Belgium later this year. We have DreamHack qualifiers happening right now. On Wednesday, Royale Masters, their King of the Hill tournament that you can qualify for, is happening on Wednesday. All this stuff is happening, chances for you to play. And so those of you who are in there saying, hey, I can beat these guys, I'm as good as Mohamed Light or Vitor or any one of these people out there, well, guess what? You have plenty of chances to show that and get in the mix. So go ahead, jump on. Again, esports.clashroyale.com for all that information. And SB, I don't know, I'm going to ask you this one. What was your first foray into Clash Royale esports? How'd you get kicked off in this world?
Yeah, so back in 2018, it was like the start of CRL, and the way they were kind of drawing up players, they did like these combines. So somehow, some way, I qualified to the combine in LA and made it to that combine, and somehow won it. And then I kind of got a few offers from teams and was really surprised. Not many people knew me very well, so I think people were like, oh, who's this guy kind of thing, and that kind of started it all, I'd say.
Well, let's see if you have a chance to start your journey. Those of you watching at home, we'll continue ours here with set number 3. Diego B back out here for the 1v1 after his hot King of the Hill games. Vitor. So you have 2 King of the Hill sweepers. Diego B with the chance to close this match out in this set. Vitor wants to send us to the 5th and final.
It looks like we're going to see Hog vs Hog here. Inferno Tower, not as advantageous for Diego B. Usually you want the cheaper defenses like a cannon or bomb tower, because when you're getting outcycled, the last thing you want is going to be a 5 elixir card having to be played down. A few more things that could be pivotal in this matchup is who's got the log, who's got the snowball. If you've got guards, that's also very good for you. This monk as well is going to be good for Diego B. Will he have maybe archers? Archers is not normally seen as much. Maybe he's using the musketeer in another deck. So yeah, just a few things to kind of think about as we go into it.
Farzan saying Vitor locked in, GG, well played. The cooking has begun. See some love here for Vitor in the chat.
And a really nice hog there, knowing that he's not got the elixir. Although the skeletons and snowball coming down, only allowing the hog to get 1 hit. Could have been a lot worse for Diego B. But going into it, slight advantage to Vitor.
Passing the midway point of regulation time, you can see Diego B a little perturbed, wearing some emotions on his face.
Seems like he's going to be the aggressive one in this matchup. Sometimes that can pay off, but sometimes it can backfire. Especially with those guards going down, this could be a harder push to defend. A nice little eye spirit as well there, predicting like a skeletons or archers to come down, allowing that hog to get a hit. And a guard on tower, that is so big. Slightly over aggressive there with that musketeer. I don't think it's going to end up too bad.
Guards creating problems. Muskie does not get its shot off. Good rip-off of the shields here. Nice send from Vitor, recognizing the opportunity. Does he get the hog shot? And he does. 13-19 to 22-48.
This shows the downfall of having that Inferno Tower here. Only having 4 elixir. That normally just defaults in a bomb tower or a cannon coming down and you get away with the defense, but instead having to use the Valkyrie and then a snowball just to not enable any hits at this point because he's already down in damage.
Hog in. Trying not to defend with Inferno Tower is Diego because he wants to create counter pushes.
And does that ability pay off?
A little bit here.
Yeah, only 1 HP, but still I think you take that little bit of damage on that musketeer. Only 1 elixir, so not too much downfall, and you've got to try a few risks at this point if you want to come back into the game.
The Ice Spirit has been so huge for Vitor, and you can see its value in some of these defenses. Just stopping the hog long enough for the DPS, the damage per second for those of you who don't love acronyms. Able to get in there and get its job done. Gonna have to get the monk off, but not Oh yeah, just a little bit too late there. That monk dies after spending the ability.
And does Diego B have enough elixir to defend this push? A nice prediction log as well on the skeletons, getting that hog hit. It's going to be a few more logs, a few more earthquakes. I doubt Vitor goes for hog unless it's just a pressure element just to stop Diego B from going in all in the bridge.
And here goes Diego. The defensive EQ here out of Vitor. And the bomb tower doesn't... I didn't see if the reflection happened there. Snowball will get a shot in. And here we go. Diego B has nothing for this.
Yeah, well played by Vitor. A bit stressful at the end there, just with that monk ability kind of paying off. Although the bomb tower didn't hit it, it allowed the hog to be tanked for by the tower. So yeah, closer than we thought, but I think Vitor was still in control. I really liked that last earthquake on the archers. That was quite classy. A lot of people panic in that situation and do it on the tower and then get overwhelmed, just knowing that you've got it in you to defend the push. It shows a lot of confidence, I feel.
So Log should be in this one for Diego, having run Snowball in the last one. Vitor, more likely than not, running Ram Spam with the Rage.
And this should be a pretty good matchup for DOB, I think. He's got a lot of counters to all these ground troops. Typically this Ram Rider deck becomes very strong when you've not got the best counters to ground and you can really overwhelm in that way, but pretty much all the troops are ground troop defenses.
And attempts to get the Ram connection on that right-hand side with the Rage and support doesn't happen. Early chip damage lead for Diego B in the left-hand side. Diego spent most of his Clash Royale competitive career, or at least his CRL career, with Team Liquid after opening things up as part of Team Queso when Surgical Goblin went to Team Liquid. Kind of a surprise, shocking leave from Queso from 2017 to 2018. Diego B went along with him, and then after the dissolution of that Liquid squad, Diego made his way over to Chivas Esports, where he's been for quite a while now.
Nice trial log there from Diego. Counters the goblins anyway, but also gives a chance at that Mighty Miner getting on tower. It's going to be pretty much not much team happening really for both teams here. I think just a lot of filling each other out. It's going to get a lot more aggressive in double when we see the drills coming down with prediction logs, prediction fireballs. Vitor's not got the best defenses consistently as well for these drills. That's where he's going to really struggle to deal with stuff. He's not got that bar barrel, that log, although the Rage is so much better in so many situations. I think in this one you definitely want the bar barrel.
Fireball to get that Magic Archer just out of the middle of the board. Consistent target there. As Vitor sets up left-hand lane. Vitor, long time spent in the semi-pro scene for Clash Royale esports, including one of the marquee semi-pro events that kind of kicked off, jump-started the scene in a way, if you will. The 2019 Clash Contender Series that was organized by the Mobile Matt, former coach for Complexity Esports. That Clash Contender Series kind of really set off a robust 2 years for semi-pro team competitions. From there we saw the rise of the No Tilt League, run by a lot of... Oh, let's see, does this get reflected? No, the Monk did not activate abilities.
And a nice use of the Rage there. Quite unorthodox, but seemed to get the job done. I think what Vitor needs here is a really big push, and to get that ability off on the Musketeer and the Bomb Tower, and hope that maybe like a prediction fireball comes down from Diego B and then gets reflected by the Monk. Otherwise it's going to be just a slow death, I think. But although Vitor is kind of playing very well, he's keeping himself into it, which is what you want to see.
And Magic Archer forces out the response on the left-hand side, and last thought on Vitor, who grinded his way through semi-pro, was still playing in the Orange Crown League for Champions Tenerife Titans. Tenerife? I never understood. I never actually known what the Titans. Playing for that team that ended up winning the Orange Crown League Championship, and then of course after that on to Pain Gaming, on to World Finals, and on to what's been a really fun solo career here in Clash Royale League 2.0. And right now putting some pressure on. Will that escape. No, does force out a Musketeer. Ram Rider controlled by the bomb tower. Muskie High working on the Magic Archer. Drill in. Musketeer going to get supported by that Ice Spirit. Does not stay alive, and here we go. Triple Elixir flowing. Vitor with the lead, but a precarious one.
Yeah, a really nice push from Vitor there. He just did the monk ability with the goblins, and even that in itself, he didn't get the log reflected, but it just stopped the log from coming down in the first place, allowing those goblins to get that damage on the tower.
Log does reflect this time. Now Lumberjack goes to the left-hand lane, 21-24 to 20-64. Wants to get this bomb tower the heck out of the way and set up another Ram Rider here to the left. There you go, Ram Rider down to the left, rages it up, trying to get the connection here. Ice Spirit gets abolished. Ice Spirit gets obliterated by the Magic Archer. Drill in. Is there a fireball to try to back this up? Not going to happen. Vitor takes game number 1.
Yeah, great plays there. Well, that's game number 2 actually. That's the 1v1 set done.
Yeah.
So going into the King of the Hill now, with the momentum on Kalas's side, like we said before, this is going to be definitely advantage to Kalas, but if Chivas can remember how well they played in the first 2 sets, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, you're right. Game number 2. Update the overlay, please. Don't set me up for those ones. Here we go. Let's take a look at the finish here one more time. Final 30 seconds. And you see the reflection of the logs. There's no support for those goblins. And this is all about, everything you see here is about the bomb tower fight. Can Diego keep the bomb tower up or not? You see him trying to protect it, and he's unable to. And with that happening, and then that Ice Spirit getting ruined over there on the left-hand side, that just forces out more Elixir, right? So it's not even about the Ram. The Ram doesn't even connect. It's that the Elixir being forced out to prevent the Ram Rider connection does enough to keep damage off the right-hand side, and a nice close win there for Vitor. So here we go. Set number 5, and as you said, momentum firmly on the side of Shot Kalalis.
Yeah, definitely, and I think we saw the value of that rage in that situation, killing that Ice Spirit as quick as possible. Normally you just have a bar barrel, you couldn't really prediction on the bar barrel kind of thing. It just adds stress in a situation that's already quite tense. You know, you've got a rage down, everything moves faster, you've got to react faster. In these situations, it's very hard to do that.
So lineups here for this set: Sub, Vitor, Adriel, and then Ardentoas, Hasiel, Diego. Thoughts there? Is anyone being left out who you think should have been on the board, or are these the right lineups going into this final set? No, like Sub, Vitor, Adriel. Again, Ardentoas, Hasiel, Diego.
Yeah, I think Kalas is pretty much just based on how it's gone today for them. In general, I think obviously Pedro and Ruben haven't had the best days, I'd say, in terms of gameplay wise. I think this has been decided right now. It's not been decided a few weeks ago kind of thing in preparing for it. And with Chivas' lineup, I think that's their 3 best players, all in probably the right positions. Diego's got the experience, so he goes in the anchor. Ardentoas is probably the best player micro-wise, I'd say, so put him first. No pressure, see if he can get some wins on the board.
So here we go. The first game is going to be Sub versus Ardentoas. Sub's been an interesting character so far in this competition, because certainly lots of talent for Sub, but he hasn't quite turned that talent into maybe the full payoff that he was expecting. Thoughts on Sub in this opening spot?
Yeah, I think he's a really strong player ability-wise. It's just whether he can churn out a few wins. I think that's why Mo's so good at the top now, because he's so used to being there. So we've got a lot of players who are really strong ability-wise, but they're just not used to it. So once you get used to it, that's when you come into your own, I think, and that's where the experience comes in. And if you can match that experience with that ability, that's when you get to be one of the top players.
8.4K personal best on Legacy Ladder for Sub, who's currently 26th in our Clash Royale League rankings, our standings at the moment. So within striking distance of a real push here, and he's going to be in a very important kickoff spot against the very dangerous Ardentoas. You know, Arden's an interesting character because it seems like he has the capabilities to play at the top level, but maybe there's just something. Maybe it's an experience thing, a nerves thing. There seems like maybe a maturity thing. He is very young. I think still just turned 16 in time to make it for World Finals. Or I guess he turned 16 at the end of our 2021 season. So still a very young player. What are the things you think Argentois needs to turn the corner into being a truly elite player?
Yeah, I think he's definitely, like you're saying, he's got all the ability, but I remember seeing him at Worlds and he was so nervous. His hands were shaking. Even in the lobby at the hotel before we even went to the venue, he was shaking, he was really nervous. So I think he just needs to get used to it, maybe just a bit more maturity, I think. In general, I think that always helps you just relax and not have to stress so much. And also maybe just a bit of confidence, know that you should be there and, you know, this is where you should be.
And sub going RG Fireball here, and Argentois looking at the same thing potentially.
Yep, most likely. Goblins here for Argentois. Normally you see maybe an E-Spirit, it's just personal preference at this point. It's going to be a lot of bridge battles, a lot of defensive fishermen's just trying to get rid of the RG. If you can get a King Tower activation, it's actually very important for RG, even though typically you wouldn't think so. You could use the fisherman to pull it in range of all 3 towers, and that helps a lot in the matchup.
And Electro Spirit cycled without care could certainly lead to that. So we'll see if Sub does let an errant Electro Spirit go out onto the board, or if he's more careful with it as time goes on. Fisherman for Fisherman, this is what you were talking about. RG will get pulled in, but no King Tower activation. Still, DPS able to chew it up very, very quickly.
And Sub being the aggressive one in this situation, I don't think he's going to maybe have a little bit of trouble defending this now. If he can get a log down with no ability, or he just get the ability to stop the log, but if he kills this log a bit late, like he does here, that's going to be a lot of damage early on. And I think that's one thing here, in this RG mirror matchup, you don't want to be too aggressive, especially in single elixir. You want to be the one to counter kind of thing, and that's maybe the experience from Sub here. Like I was saying, he needs to just kind of get a bit more experience to play how we would normally play on ladder, but in these competition games too, to where he doesn't have to go with these aggressive RGs when he doesn't need to.
RG opposite lane here for Sub this time. Trying to find a way to make some magic happen.
Yeah, and this matchup is all about the Phoenix. If you can get a Phoenix down on this RG, protected by a Monk, it does so much damage. You're not really going to be getting too many double lane pushes because you're going to have to defend the first lane, all the troops that gets defended. Although here we see one. Can he deal with this? The Fisherman doesn't pull the Monk as well. That's a really big play. Does it reflect? Wow, it reflects on the Hunter there. That's such a strange interaction, but if it comes off your way, you're very happy about it.
And you can see, talk about strange reactions, the reaction of Argentois cannot believe that evaporated his Hunter the way that it did.
Yeah, it's never something you want to see in such a tight match and such an important match. But I think Sub, you know, it's an interaction that happens, so you've got to always account for it. Be a bit more careful with that Hunter next time. I think this is going to be a good counter-attack here for Argentois, though, if he can get the interactions. There we go, he does. An RG in front of this, even if the Fisherman pulls it. Maybe he's got no goblins as well, so that's not going to be able to DPS it. A nice fireball as well, everything off the tower. Maybe one more RG hit. Another?
Wow.
There we go. Gets back to the fireball, and that's game.
Very, very well done for Argentois. Despite the moment, you see Sub certainly unhappy with that one. Despite the bad moment, Arden able to recover and take the very important game number 1 win here, as we'll see him get Fireball, I believe, right now. And there you go. GG, well played. Arden taking game number 1, 2 more, and Chivas will be on to our grand final.
Yeah, and perhaps that was a very big win for Chivas. I think they'd not had the momentum in the past few games, going down 5-1 in the past 2 sets. That one win will give the advantage they need, and obviously they're going to be against Vitor next. If they can get the win off Vitor, I think that's them into the final. All
right, hold on. Sorry about the 50 stinger transitions there as we're getting out of the gameplay. And yeah, that was a big one there for Arden. Let's see, where was Vitor? Says, look, a wabbit. Well, Vitor's next. Everyone's obsessed with Vitor. Vitor's up next, folks. If you're like, Vitor is my spirit animal, I actually have a pillow where I drew Vitor's face, and at night I snuggle it just to feel the warmth of a comfortable but cold Clash Royale professional player. Guess what? You're in luck because Vitor is playing next, and if he wins, he'll play again after that. So those of you who want to see Vitor, congratulations. now's your time as he'll step up here against Arden Toas. And we'll waste no more time here as we jump right into the action, flashing some badges, these two players.
Log coming down here. Another snowball being cycled. Typically that's not going to be a mirror matchup then, just off the 2 spells so far. A miner coming down, not in the safe spot, which is quite interesting. I guess a lot of people aren't playing Nado nowadays, especially paired with a log. It's looking like it's going to be maybe a Loon, maybe a Mortar Miner from Vitor versus most likely an RG here from Arden Toas.
Really loving the recognition by Vitor there. You know, you're talking about the nervousness of a potential NATO, but Log, at this stage in Clash Royale, very low percentage chance of seeing Log NATO together, or generally a low percentage chance, especially in today's meta. So great read there by my co-caster.
Got to agree with you there. And we saw this matchup before. Was it Greco versus... I forgot, but anyway, it all came down to these balloon snowballs. It just struggling to defend against these pushes. But all it comes down to is if you can constantly defend as Vitor against these big RG pushes, get a few balloon snowballs down, even if it's just death damage, you get one hit here and there, that can really change the game.
I noticed just a little bit of leakage on purpose there by Vitor as he wants to make sure his Phoenix stays on his side of the board. Maybe even gets that Monk out in front to tank for it, as you see he does there successfully, at least for a moment. Phoenix does turn. But people will often look at that and go, he's leaking Elixir, it's the worst thing on the planet, and sometimes, for sequencing in particular, there's some Elixir leakage that is not just valuable, but critical.
And a nice hesitation on those goblins there from Vitor, knowing that a prediction log could come in, and that's going to allow him to get a few goblin hits in and give him the advantage going into this double elixir period.
22-19 on the top right-hand tower. Vitor now back in the lead, and Arden still looks perturbed. He has been very emotive so far.
Yeah, I think some players are just not happy players in the way they play, if you know what I mean, but that's kind of what gets them going, what gets them motivated going into it. A nice miner there as well to take off that Hunter's hit, and that gets the balloon hitting Stro fast as well. It's going to be a lot of RG damage there, and if he managed to get an RG down on the other lane, or even that Monk, I'm not sure about the Monk, I think the play there was the RG, an aggressive lightning as well. It's still getting a lot of damage in here though. If Vitor acknowledges this though and goes with this minor snowball straight away, he predicts the Hunter. Even though it doesn't get on tower, that will be death damage as well.
And Electro Spirit does save. Miner gets an extra shot, 857 to 923. Vitor wanted that connection, even on Elixir, as Arden sets up the Phoenix into his top right-hand corner. Goblins just cycled for cycle purposes here. Loon to the center. What's the middle Loon about out of Vitor?
I've got to say, I'm not really too sure. Maybe it was just based on the positioning of the Phoenix at that point. He was always not really going to get balloon damage, I think, so it was just going for the miner and maybe fuse him a bit somewhat. I'm really not sure with that one, to be honest. But I didn't think it had any downside anyway, is what I'm trying to say.
Monk does not get the punch on that Royal Giant, and that Royal Giant should be it. The bomb tower doesn't get the displacement, and now Arden 2-0. In King of the Hill, a chance to sweep shot Kalalis and send his team to our grand final.
Yep, and this now rests solely on Kalalis' last player. It's going to be a lot of pressure for him to deal with. Can he do it? We'll have to see.
And it's going to be Pedro, I believe, the last man up, if I remember correctly, for shot Kalalis. So a lot of pressure, as you said, for a young player here. And Arden's done his job today, right? Like, Arden's come out, he's won a 1v1 set, he's now gotten a few wins in King of the Hill, and I say this often, if you get one win in King of the Hill, you've essentially done your job, unless you're especially if you're the first player, all you gotta do is get your one win. If you get 2 wins, give you a raise. If you give 3 wins, we throw you a party.
Yeah, definitely, and I think Arden has shown him getting a bit angry, a few interactions not going his way, really pushed him, gave him the motivation. and 2 solid wins against, I think the big win as well against Vitor. Even if he got 1 win and it was only against Vitor, you'd take that any day, being one of his teammates, I think.
Well, trying to figure out. Oh, it's Adriel. It's not Pedro. It's Adriel as the final player for Shot Kalalis. Let's go ahead and get ourselves ready for that one. Adriel, Arden Toas. Can Adriel get a full-on reverse sweep here, or is this it? Journey starts now.
Final as well. It's what dreams are made of. When you're going to sleep every night, if you can just imagine yourself winning the King of the Hill to get into the final. It's one of those perfect situations to be in.
And certainly happy not to see the Golden Knight when you're playing archers.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of kind of aggressive from Arden Toas, but not really too much downside with that poison and that Mighty Miner ability already been played already. I think definitely advantage matchup-wise to Adriel, but if we can get these wall breakers cycled with a log out of cycle as well, could really turn it. He's going very aggressive in single elixir. A nice little try and prediction on the Hunter. May get 1 hit because of that, does so. And even though this monk comes down, I think he should be able to defend this okay. Maybe not just split, then a late Mighty Mine on this Hunter. There we go. And that ability coming down doesn't really do too much. And that log as well.
Party
I think
greater
that's a
than
bit aggressive here.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah,
question
good
was
damage
party greater than raise, and no, you got to raise. You already got the raise for 2 wins. The party is another congratulations on top of all that. But I see your point.
Good early damage here from Arden Toas, and he's still pushing. That's exactly what he needs to do. As soon as it hits double, that's when he has to be a lot more conservative, even using the poisons on defense. He may get a few minor hits here and there, but he can't really expect to be getting as much wall breaker damage as he has initially.
Rahul asking, do you think Kosh should not allow winners to repeat cards? I do think that the Royale Masters variation of dual mode, where you cannot repeat cards you win with, would actually be great for King of the Hill, and would create lots more parity, make it very much more difficult to get a full King of the Hill sweep. There's arguments for and against it, but it definitely would make things interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I think if we do go back to some team mode of some kind of variety, a lot of little different rule things could make the game a lot more interesting. Definitely, for sure.
Royal Giant to the right-hand lane. This is feeling like the do-or-die moments here for Adriel. Does get the lightning in. Does he actually get a RG shot out of it? And it does pay off with 2. So 2 big Royal Giant shots. And just like that, Adriel does have a dog in this fight.
Yeah, and a lot of this damage from Arden Toas going forward is going to be like that. Poisons on tower. Adriel's going to be wanting a monk in front of this RG next time. Archers are the only saving grace for Arden Toas going forward, but if that monk's in front of it, it's a lot harder to deal with. And even though that prediction miner doesn't play off, it does force the Hunter out. The poison's always going to come down on the bridge anyway, so not really too much downside. An early monk ability doesn't really pay off. That's a free bomb tower coming down, but with this lightning, even though the archers are on it, does he go for the lightning? No, he holds off. Probably the smart play in that situation. Up to elixir and he can reset.
Electro Spirit log don't get the full connection, so Fishboy still having to work. Fire. Ooh, that's a great miner from Arden on the left-hand side. Gets the double wall breakers connection. Phenomenal prediction there from Arden into that Hunter.
Yeah, great plays at such a critical moment as well. I think because that was the stronger tower from Adriel, he just wouldn't see a prediction play coming down. He would only think that it's going to be a miner, or just a wall breakers rather, and nothing supporting it. Nice miner to the back too there, not getting picked up by the Hunter. Poison coming down, it's going to be maybe one last push, but with this quick cycle of the miner, another poison's going to come down pretty much instantly. That's going to be game. A nice sweep for Arden Toas and into the finals for Chivas.
Wow. What a performance. What a performance here. Great day for Arden Toas. Had one hiccup there in King of the Hill, but you win the 1v1. You sweep King of the Hill. Arden and Diego B together, putting on a great show of a mix of the old guard and the new guard. And they'll be taking their way all the way to our grand final. Beautiful.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really happy to see that as well. I much prefer the teams format, I've got to say, and I really like it when the teams are not purely just a god team in terms of players. They use different things. They use relationships as well to kind of build that kind of advantage.
And taking a look at the brackets here, you can see Chivas Esports having to fight all the way from the lower part of the bracket. They did not get that first round bye, beating Strangers Tikis. Then the clutch up win here against Shot Kalalis. And then finally, here they go, finding themselves into a grand final against the dangerous Stacked. And you mentioned this idea of super teams versus non-super teams. Great, dangerous Stacked, Cal Pugin's team. Here's the really great prediction. It's going to be out of Ardentos. You see the RG play on the right-hand side. Going to be some good damage overall. Oh, this is not the one where he gets good damage. Never mind, it was the earlier one. But check out this play from Arden here on the left. Oh, this was taking some time here, folks. These replays are very long. I don't have a replay op. I just press a button and grab it. Here we go. Miner goes and perfectly predicts the Hunter. The wall breakers slide on through. And you know, talk about the interesting parts of those interactions there. I just want to point something out here, SB. We saw a Hunter earlier on shoot through a Royal Giant and get reflected by a Monk. Whereas here, the Hunter does not shoot through the Miner to kill those wall breakers. So I'm a little curious about, do you understand the interaction difference there?
I've got to be honest, Rich, I don't think I do. I think it's something to do with hitboxes, and that's all I can give you, really, to be honest.
Shouldn't a Royal Giant have a larger hitbox than a...
Yeah, I'm really not sure. To be honest, I think the Monk one shouldn't be a thing, but I think the way the Miner interaction worked with the wall breakers, that should be like allowed in essence if the developers are going to do something about it. I think the Monk one's got to be... It's got to be on top of it to hit it, you know, in the same way that when you play arrows on the Monk, it only reflects the very specific arrow that's thrown on it.
Well, we've got those all settled, and now we're getting ready for our grand final. Let's go ahead and show the... hold on, let me... yeah, 1 second. Hold on, chat. I'm trying to adjudicate... yeah, that's a question. Sorry, yeah, let me keep an eye on I'll keep an eye on this particular chat question. I was getting ready to put a poll in there, and then I saw what's being debated. Just general chat. Of those of you who know my channel, try to keep it as positive as possible. If you have a less positive opinion or a critical opinion of one of the players, things like that, feel free to express it. But just make sure you express it in a relatively, constructive way. I guess if people who want to say mid-Hamid Light, you're more than, you know what? I'll allow it. You can say mid-Hamid Light all you want, because that's all you got is like a weird way of saying that Mohammed Light isn't. It's, yeah. Go ahead. Say go ahead. Say mid-Hamid Light. Have fun with that one. I'll allow that one. SB, is he mid-Hamid Light or is he the greatest of all time?
He's the greatest of all time. I think that's not even a debate at this point. I think when we see his abilities and monthlies, like month in, month out, yeah, I don't think anyone had such domination and was like such a level above everyone. And I think because now more than ever, the skill cap is so much higher, you've just got to put him first, no matter what.
All right, everyone say mid-Hamid Light. And so now what we're seeing here, what I expect is, pro-Hamid Light. That's actually a fun counter to mid-Hamid Light. But people can say mid-Hamid Light. I'm guessing that all these guys like Tech Ninja is maybe more of Lucas's alts, more likely than anything else, right? Let's see.
Yeah, he could just be paying people off.
Yeah. Tim53 saying, I can explain why the Monk Reflection Shield is a way larger hitbox than the Monk itself, meaning it can reflect shots out directly at the Monk. That's something. Oh, there you go. Miner just body blocked. There you go. So I guess it's possible that Monk Shield extended beyond the hitbox of the Royal Giant to reflect the Hunter damage, whereas, you know, the Goat Hamid Light, Mohammed Light from me. Oh, come on, Goat Hamid Light. I like that. Trash Hamid Light? No, I don't think so.
No.
No, that one. I don't agree. But Pro Hamid and Mid Hamid. I guess that depends on Lucas, on whether you're Lucas or whether you're somebody else. But very enjoyable. And yes, Tim, I did see that explanation. Thank you very much. Everybody, we have a couple of minutes before we get into our grand final, because they have to give the players just a couple of minutes to reset their decks and get themselves ready for this grand final overall. So if you have any questions you want to ask SB or myself, now's the time, because once we get into the final, we're going to kind of dial this thing in and focus on the action overall. So if you have questions, go ahead. Now's the time, and let's see what you have for it. Speaking of which, if you haven't yet and you're watching right now, I see about 2,000 something of you watching. We are at 100,975. Let me put the sub count on here. I have not had the sub count up today. Do I not have it on the screen? I must not. Yeah, we are almost to 100,000 subs. So if you're watching, you want to jump on in and support Clash Royale Esports and the grassroots side of things, please do. Let's see. Rich and SB, what are your favorite decks right now? For me, it's anything with Magic Archer NATO. Although right now, actually, I'm not even sure what I'm playing right now. I'm mostly playing Mega Draft, so I'm not really playing any specific deck very much at the moment. SB, favorite deck right now?
I'm pretty much the same as you. I mean, I'm only playing Mega Draft, and in the times that I am playing Clash Royale, I'm just playing the standard meta deck. But I'd probably go the Minor Wallbreakers Mega 9. Even though it's very meta, it's a deck that I think you can outplay with, so I enjoy playing it.
Where are you guys from? Masses of Wreath Khan. I grew up in California. I now live in Texas. And SB is a transplant to Australia.
Yeah, I grew up in the UK and then moved to Australia when I was about 12.
And that almost Jamie Tart-esh accent is from where in the UK?
Well, I think I've lost. I'm from Liverpool, so I really don't have much of a Scouse accent. So I've lost that completely, and I feel like I just have like a general Scouse, a general English accent. Sorry, with a bit of an Aussie twang, maybe at the end of my sentences.
Your Supercell creator code RICH. Let me go ahead and fly that on for you. Boom, code RICH if you want to go ahead and support. There you go. You can go ahead and do it that way. Let's see. SB, what's your favorite NBA team?
I've got to say, I don't actually watch NBA. I'm more of a football fan, or soccer, as everyone calls it. But if I had to pick a team, I'd probably pick... I don't know. I've got no reason to pick anything other than I used to have
Sacramento Kings. That would be a great pick. They're in the playoffs right now.
When I was a bit younger. But the Sacramento Kings too. Yeah, I love them. Go Sacramento Kings. Woo!
Well, enough of all that palaver. Let's go ahead and jump into it. I believe we are in our first matchup, and here we go. Lucas leading off for Pugins. Chivas with Pompeo, and production still on Revel's office with a lot of Supercell merch in the background.
Yeah, that must be worth a lot. And anyway, going into this, Guards, Musketeer, Mighty Miner from Lucas, probably a hog deck against Pigs from Pompeo. We haven't seen as much Pigs recently. It was very much in the first game, I found. I think he's still going to have a good matchup though here, Pompeo, in this definitely. Zappies are going to be very good for him. Fly Machines probably aren't going to be able to be dealt with if he's got an Earthquake anyway. That Fireball coming down, that helps him a little bit, but still I don't think it will solve all of his problems going further into the game.
And Pigs behind Ghost to that right-hand side. Late Bomb Tower means a whole lot of damage on that right-hand side, and Pompeo continues the streak of success early on in these matches for Chivas Esports. Can he hold on for the rest of this game?
Yeah, and definitely against Lucas, it's something you want to be doing. It can relax you a little bit. You're not as stressed now. It's not even. And I don't know what Lucas's win condition here. I'm going to guess it's going to be Drill, which again isn't going to be too good for him with the Ghost, like you said before. It's such a card that counters you for Elixir positive trade as well, but then also has that counter-attack aspect too.
65% of you picking Pugins in this matchup. 65-35, a closer vote than I would have expected. But Chivas certainly showing off today.
And a thing of note is that I don't think Pompeo played in the first game at all, so it's his first game of the day. It'd be good if he could get the win. Starting to take a bit of damage though now. A nice fireball from Lucas coming down, allowing him to get it. I think Pompeo is going to have to start pushing a bit more now, not just playing into this lane, or else slowly but surely he might lose, because Lucas is always going to get good defenses from here on out, I think.
Zappies will put a little pressure on the right-hand side. Flying Machine really wants to get that fireball out earlier so that you can slide some pigs in behind. Ghost early from Pompeo to take care of this drill.
And a reset here from Pompeo. Just getting that giant skeleton in the back, it's such a safe play, but a lot of people would end up going in the bridge there. Overall Hogs adding a bit of pressure, but that just ends in a counter-attack from Lucas. So just resetting is sometimes the play to make.
Arrows to clear guards. Flying Machine going to work. Giant Skeleton Bomb does not get on the Musketeer. She doesn't step up into the place. But now we have a 2-2 split. Pigs to the right, pigs to the left. No way to really handle the left-hand side ones. DPS works on the right. Still lots of damage in. 11-18 remaining. Pompeo hold on to that lead.
But Lucas playing this really well. Pushing right where he needs to. Playing that drill a bit further behind as well, so that giant skeleton can't come in front of everything in the tank. Another drill coming down too. Will he have the right counter for this? He plays the mirror on the ghost. I think that's going to deal with it, but it's still going to get a few goblin hits in.
Lead now swings towards Lucas. 70 seconds left. Pompeo in his debut on the day. Looking to get a very important win here, but Lucas gaining control.
Yeah, I think Pompeo just played a bit too passively in that mid game. He got a lot of damage early on, but he needed to keep up the pressure, or else Lucas was just going to slowly pick back that damage lead.
And look at this Musketeer working defensively, but going to the left-hand side, recognizing that mirror pigs might be more likely to the left than to the right.
Yeah, definitely I like that play. And it's interesting that Lucas always fireballs the Flying Machine no matter what. He doesn't save them for the pigs or use it on the Zappies. It's always the Flying Machine out the way.
Big push coming in, preparing for mirror pigs. First set of pigs comes in onto the bomb tower. Giant Skeleton trying to help. Second set of pigs comes down to the right-hand side. Bomb tower still up. Flying Machine behind. High bomb tower shuts this down. Fireball for insurance, and that's going to be a great come-from-behind win for Lucas to take game number 1.
Yeah, a really solid gameplay there from Lucas. Didn't panic too much after losing that damage, knowing that Pompeo doesn't have a big spell to really get him down, and if he defends well, those pigs aren't getting on tower. Slowly but surely got the damage lead back and defended well to win the game.
And here's a segment I love called That Aged Well. Lucas is selling. That one aged really, really well. Let's see, any other good Lucas tweets that that aged really well? Nope, that's the only one. So that one aged perfectly. Everyone else, great work on your comment game. Pompillo versus Lucas. I actually do really like that a lot. Lucas Fire, well played. And just about ready here. Oh, the music's up very, very loud. A little louder than I anticipated there. Game number 2 coming up in a second. Chivas bringing out Ardentois for game 2. Rich out here for blood. Sometimes I just gotta send it. Sometimes I gotta send it. There you go. Ardentois, our second player for Chivas Esports. Diego B, gonna be right behind it. Lucas the choker. Why would you do that now? Why would you do that now after we already saw the other thing happen? Lucas on fire. Yes, indeed. Ardentois the GOAT. Ardentois coming off a good one. Do you think that momentum carries through here against Lucas?
No, not at all. I think as soon as you come against Pugans, everything just goes out the window and you're not feeling too good, to be honest with you. Like, although I think I want Chivas to win just because of the underdog story, it looks a stretch, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a stretch. Lucas shook us. We'll see. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 here. And
I think Lucas going to be wanting to do well. He's always wanting to do as well as all of his teammates, and with Mugi and Grieco doing in the first match, and Mo perhaps not doing as well as possible, Lucas will definitely see this as a way of getting one above Mo if he can get a sweep in.
Let's see if he can make it happen. Teddy Turner saying Arden will win. And Rhino Claft with a great point. It's crazy how the better players always win because of luck. That is wild that happens all the time.
And that's somewhat I was asking a lot of the analysts recently, do we think matchups are less of a thing now? And me personally, I think they are in regards to the past few years. We do see a lot of the players always at the top now. They personally said no, but I think they may be slightly biased just because they're analysts, but who knows?
Well, analysts certainly a big part of the game, and Flying Machine does connect for Arden, so slight mistime there out of Lucas on that one. But that log's going to do a nice job of creating a ton of damage. Guards behind, and Lucas going to run way out ahead as that Hog Rider's still going.
That Mighty Miner was absolutely, that's going to win in the game, I think.
Arden.
Perhaps early on the ability there.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that. Is it just because he wanted to get the Phoenix knocked down a bit and make sure he finished the
I'm not sure. I think it's a fine wire because if you leave it another half a second, that's 1,000 tower damage gone, if you know what I mean. So even Arden Toast looked confused by that in the camera. So I'm not too sure. This is definitely Arden Toast's matchup. He could come back into this, but I think Lucas is going to be very good with his pressure. It's like he's cycling his must. He'll get back to his second one. Even the Mighty Miner will come down at the perfect time to kill the Lava Pups. He may just even go with a bomb tower as well to block this lane. Oh, he's got the Inferno Tower. That's great.
And that's a double GG. If the G wasn't already G'd, let's G the G right. And Arden just looking at this like someone just stole his lunch.
This could change. This is quite a tricky defense.
Decent amount of damage, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, but I don't think not enough, sadly, for a viewer's perspective.
And yeah, Arden certainly wearing his emotions on his sleeve here.
Not the best of starts. I think even though after seeing that Inferno Tower, he won't feel as bad now for losing this matchup.
I do want to point out just how washed Lucas is. He's so washed, he just won 2 in a row to kick things off. It is, I mean, it's just, how does the guy even look himself in the mirror, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Especially when he's always got mid-hammer light in front of him as well.
Yeah, just absolutely real. Rich, you're keeping my CR addiction happy when Juicy's gone today. Happy to do it. Let's see. Pugins is just like the Avengers. Yeah, you just took Earth's mightiest heroes and put them all into one thing. There you go. I'm with you on that one. Yeah, definitely washed. Yep. So we'll see. Final player for Chivas Esports in our opening set is going to be Diego B. He had some magic earlier, but SB, does your analysis hold up here? Is it still the momentum cannot carry all the way in?
Yeah, I think so. I think of all of them, Diego B has probably got the best shot of it because I think no matter what, he'll have the mentality that he has the ability to beat them. Anything can happen in comp. But going against Lucas, Mugi, and Grieco, it's not going to be too good.
No, not indeed. And here we are, going to jump into gameplay here, folks. And minor wall breakers. Opened up with a split. Left one does get some damage.
Going to be RG here from Lucas. Probably one of his stronger decks. Obviously, he's going to be strong with everything, but on ladder, he typically will run RG if it's a match at the time. Inferno Dragon will be quite key in this matchup too. Although he's got the E-Spirit, Lucas, it's going to get a lot of value if not taken care of by Lucas.
Inferno Dragon does go down very quickly though, with it's a little bit of retargeting and early damage returned by Lucas, who, those of you who don't know Lucas' history, was at one point one of the top, if not the top 2.6 Hog player back when 2.6 was still a thing. 2.6 is still a thing. No, it's not. Stop trying to make it a thing again. He was at one point one of the top 2.6 hog players on the planet, was known primarily as a hog one-trick, came into CRL 2020 fall split, part of Pain Gaming, where he was meant to be the 1v1 star, and Pain Gaming just was struggling in 2v2. Lucas's 1v1 was still developing in some ways from a competitive standpoint versus a ladder standpoint, and they switched Lucas into the 2v2 set, and Lucas and Wallace became a 2v2 monster, helping carry Pain Gaming into a World Finals berth. And then since then, when they switched into solo mode, Lucas has been really good with World Finals appearances now in 3 consecutive years, 2020 as part of Pain Gaming, and then 21 and 22 as a solo player. And the question now is, can he make it 4 years in a row? Right now, though, he has a smaller but also important task ahead of him in this match against Diego B. As that Bandit does some tanking, Wallbreaker does connect, huge connection for Diego.
Yeah, and I think slowly but surely, I think Lucas is going to slightly overwhelm in this situation. That little bit of damage they took there will be a warning to him. Unless Diego B could get a big push here, he may go for the Mega Knight. But this is all going to come down to this. If Lucas can defend, I think he gets the win. If not, oh, and a great ability there. That's such an underused thing. Just absolutely stops the push completely and protects all of his troops for the counter push.
Marty pointed out that
Lightning
Lucas also
here
got a
will be pretty
#1.
unstoppable.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I was just saying this is going to be quite hard to deal with unless he gets the Inferno Dragon off. A nice fireball though down, stopping the Inferno Dragon from taking away.
And Lucas continuing to run ahead here. And the bird does not pop. Bandit finishes things off 731 to 1533. Marty making the point, I'll put it on screen one more time, that Lucas got a #1 finish with Logbait Tesla Valk. Everyone's like, who's this guy? And I think he had underleveled Princess as part of that Logbait deck. So certainly been skilled for quite a long time. The question now is, can he close out this King of the Hill sweep? Mega Knight turns the wrong way for a second, then turns the right way. Log saves the connection, but just like that, Diego B back in the lead by almost 130 HP.
Although I think this may be an unstoppable push here from Lucas. I think too many troops down, even the Inferno Dragon coming down, he'll still get the RG in and take this game.
Royal Giant in, Electro Spirit not going to be necessary here as RG is being tanked for. Fireball to clear, and Lucas, he is as washed as his hair? I don't think so. He's 3-0 in our opening set.
And that's a statement piece right there.
Say what?
That's a statement piece right there for the match. I think Pugans will be wanting to get 8-0 this game, definitely. That's going to be their goal. They just want to absolutely wipe all the competition away.
And if there's anything that Lucas loves more than anything else, it's that everyone in the chat wants to see Mohamed Light and him not letting you. That's his #1 goal, so certainly enjoying that. Anyone know what device Lucas is using? He's playing on an Abacus, oddly enough. Didn't see that one coming, but he is killing it. Washed, more like washing opponents up with his skills. Yeah, I feel you on that one. Why y'all hating on Mo? We're not. We're having fun. I don't know if you know this, but we all know each other in this competitive scene. Let's see. Who's the GOAT? Mohamed Light, but Lucas would love to change that. Hey, Abel from Oxnard, California. What's happening? The old stomping grounds. SB, what's your hair routine? Sour Lemon asks, maybe the most important question of the day.
I've just got naturally curly hair, so I'll just get a shower and get out, and this is it, pretty much, I'd say. It doesn't help me very much, but that's about it, to be honest with you.
And those of you who do want to see Mohamed Light, don't you worry, you'll get your chance. The 1v1 set coming up next will be Mo versus Arden Toas. So there we go. Stefan Rakovic saying 2.6 still a thing, extremely rare. L take on that one. No, it's not. 2.6 is not a thing. It's only
a thing by the people that only play it.
Yes.
Ever.
Yes, exactly. 2.6 is a thing like the way badminton's a thing. Like maybe you're really into it, but nobody else is. You know what I mean?
Like knitting. Who knits? Only knitters knit, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but enjoy your deck. Have fun with it. I don't mean to yuck your yum. That's the best kind of hair routine, says DJ Bathand. I feel you on that one. Mo is the only S+ player in CR, says Andy Volton. I think you're probably right. Teddy Turner saying Arden over greater than Mo. Well, let's go ahead. Oh, SB, we're creating our own One Direction. We need a 5th guy. Do you want to join? Are you available for a no dancing boy band right now?
Yeah, I'd be up for it.
Now, would you prefer...
Tell me where and when.
Would you prefer a dancing boy band to a non-dancing boy band? I actually don't know your vibe.
I feel like no dancing could be a lot more vocal kind of thing, vocal based, you know, and I think I'd go for that.
All right.
I don't think I've got the moves.
Fair enough. The next, let's go with Zayn. The next Zayn here. I won't call you the next Harry Styles, but maybe the next Zayn here on the cast. Mohammed Hani saying, do you think that Mo will win CRL 22 after first loss, Rich? You don't count Mo out until the last tower goes down. I think that's the... What the heck is an abacus, says Giovanni TV. You went to public school in America, I'm guessing? I don't know. What is it? What is an abacus? It's an ancient device used for math, guys, where you slide things around. It's very outdated, kind of the bit.
The joke doesn't work when you have to explain it as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Wizard is mid, says Mr. Clean.
Wizard is very mid, I must say. I agree with that one.
Although can be, and again, another reason why I personally really like Mega Draft is every once in a while, Wizard is just an OP pick because of the way the Mega Draft shakes out.
Yeah, definitely. There's so many OP cards that are only OP in Mega Draft just because of the situation, which is quite nice to see, actually. And a Mortar Cannon Cart Poison, which is something that we used to see maybe about 6 months ago, but definitely not as much recently. Most likely going to be Graveyard here from Arden Toas. To me, this shows weakness in some kind of way if you're having to play a deck that's not really good at the moment, hoping for a matchup. But to be honest, that's the same thing I would do against Mo anyway, so I don't blame him.
Yeah, that's the... I think you hit both parts of it, right? Is you're not expecting that you're going to go out and outplay Mohammed Light, so try to figure out the out matchup.
For sure. Nice prediction there on the Mortar. Don't know if it'll amount to too much if he managed to get the Earthquake down in time.
And, I mean, this is very similar to what we saw earlier today from Mohammed Light. Instead, it was a Hog Mortar deck rather than a Mortar GY. But, you know, we're seeing Mohammed just try to get opportunistic Hog Riders to the opposite lane of these Mortars. Although one key difference here, the Snowball, for some of that slow and helping damage down. We'll see if that's a big factor as time goes on.
Yeah, I think Arden Toas is going to have a hard time dealing with these guards in the graveyard. Even though the poison comes down, Mo's too good, he'll end up pressuring at the same time, and it won't always work out too well for him.
That's a really nice Skeleton King there. Musketeer's going to get ruined very quickly.
And see, there we go. We see the hog at the perfect time there from Mo. Even though he gets a bit of an advantage, if he doesn't hog there and he gets the graded down, it could be a little bit of a sticky situation, but Mo just presses perfectly. He's not expecting to get many hog hits, he just doesn't want the attack to continue.
And I called it perfectly. Giovanni TV, public school in America. You're right. Hey, I went to public school too, I just paid attention. Throwing heat here in the final match, both on the board and in the cast. Here we go. Sudden death overtime on its way. Arden Toas. I really want to know if he's talking to somebody or talking to himself.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I think he's been making a few plays based on Elixir, so I'd assume he's talking to someone else. Just for that extra little information that you can take. Me personally though, if I have someone in my ear while I'm playing, I just can't concentrate at all, so I always have to say, oh, I'm going to have to mute my mic or something.
Yeah, I am much the same way. Mortar picks up the hog, and there's no King Tower activation troop available against this Mortar. I don't think the Goblin's King Tower activation, I don't think you can do that with the Ice Spirit because I don't think it sits in the right spot when you drop it. I've never seen someone attempt it with the Ice Spirit, so I'm assuming it's not possible.
Yeah, I think the same too, but it's always one of those things that doesn't happen for like 3 years, and then you'll see one clip get 1,000 likes on Twitter, and suddenly it's all, you can do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think so too. I didn't even know you could do it with goblins. I only knew skeletons, and then I saw someone do it with goblins. I thought, oh yeah, of course that makes sense.
Guards working against the Graveyard Poison push. Log to clean up in the end. Final minute, triple elixir on its way. This is when Graveyard can get dangerous. Lead right now for Arden Toas in our first game.
Yeah, and I think definitely advantage Arden Toas as well, just because of these snowballs and graveyards. He's able to as well cycle cannon carts in the back with no worry, and as soon as he builds up kind of somewhat of a push, he can do a lot of damage.
The EQ plus Log plus Hog trying to break on through on that right-hand side. Can't do it. Late Mortar cleans up. 22-18
and
to
Arden
22-14.
Toas doesn't have a building in cycle now, so this is going to be quite a bit of damage, I think. Or even if it's not a bit of damage, it's Earthquake on a tower without Arden Toas getting the graveyard down in time.
Massive Hog shot, 13 seconds left. This Graveyard is either it or it's game over. Mortar high, Musketeer trying to work. The Mortar might target tower though. Mortar does target tower, snowball in, not gonna be enough. Mohamed Light holds on and gets game number 1.
And that was such beautiful play from Mohamed Light. That opposite lane pressure in that last 30 seconds just allowed him to keep cycling those hogs, forced Arden Toas to do a defensive mortar, and just not concentrate on offensive graveyards. Really well played by Mo.
Arden pretty unhappy with that one. Let's see, might see E-Giant from Arden coming up. Mo does like to go minor. We'll see if there's a NATO deck here for Arden. Bomber does look like potentially E-Giant. Arrows to clean up.
Yeah, I think you've called it perfectly. I think it looks like it's going to be E-Giant versus Pigs here, most likely. Which, because the Bomber, it will definitely help E-Giant slightly, but I still think advantage Pigs.
Zappy's high. Giant Skeleton to protect.
And a slight chance here from Arden Toas to make an outplay if he could do like an E-Giant and get the lightning off. Make it a little damage here, even if it's just the Bomber. Nice NATO too. This is what Arden Toas is going to have to do to win this game. He's going to have to get a lot of early damage or make use of a bad cycle.
Great early damage here.
Both players just resetting. I think Mo won't do too much offensively in this single elixir. If anything, it'll be Arden Toas just trying to make good of a bad situation.
Giant Skeleton sets up to the left-hand lane as we reach halfway through our opening 3. And so far it's been almost all Arden after a really rough game number 1. You see the scoreboard right-hand side, 4-0 in games so far for Cal Pugans. Does Chivas Esports have another big match in them? Or are we going to suddenly see 5-0 and a really dangerous deciding set number 3 for Chivas?
Mo just going with the lane block here, mirroring that Giant Skeleton early. It's just a really safe play. He knows he's not really going to be punished for it, as long as it's in the same lane. A nice little aggressive push here. Fly Machine's still alive, and he's going to have to do something in the middle. There we go. And this is going to be a lot of damage here from Mo. Even if there's not a lot of damage, he's going to be up a lot of elixir. He'll be able to reset again, and then go in the back with that elixir lead. And
look at how the E-Giant had hoped to put damage on that Flying Machine, but the Giant Skeleton pulled it away. And that's that same Flying Machine that's still 100% healthy. So the abuse of the Flying Machines right now causing huge problems for Arden. That NATO's not it. King Tower activation at this late stage in the game. Could it be impactful? Maybe. The dual lane pressure, though, giving Mo nice options as we go into sudden death.
Yeah, and Mo just playing really perfectly at this point. Really making use of the Flying Machines. I think that's how you win this matchup. Although this may be slightly a bit difficult for him to deal with. You'll have to get the Zappies down and he'll be fine, to be honest with you. Maybe a Flying Machine in the middle just help clean things up, or even on the left, that works too. No cannon as well. He'll definitely go with the Pigs here. Save those arrows for that Bomber.
And that lightning comes out and doesn't get the flying machine because of the pig lightning block. Tons of damage on that left-hand side. Mo very happy. You can see tickled pink with that
We'll
one.
see a mirror here possibly as well. There we go. Arrows ready for the bomber. Nice defense, but still good damage, and he's not down Elixir.
And now just setting up the defense into the opposite lane here, and Arden deciding, hey, you're gonna put a giant skeleton there. And he put the push the opposite direction. And Mo gonna double down away from the E-Giant.
Yeah, knowing that if he's got this fisherman and he's pushing on the side, he won't have enough to lightning it. The nado doesn't come off, and those zappies now got free reign.
Switching
There's
lanes one
slight
more
pressure
time.
here.
Good damage going to come in here. The NATO almost offsetting the Fisherman, but that's real damage. That's significant damage with 20 seconds left. 718 to 825. Giant Skeleton down, left-hand side, 15 seconds left. Pigs trying to sneak on by. Will there be a second cannon cycle here? Bomb tower going to work. Cannon cycled high. Arrows. Is there a block here? Mo's going to drop. No, does not drop the pigs. Doesn't matter. Oh, the NATO steals it for Arden Toas.
Wow.
The NATO steals it. And I am honestly a little bit shocked that Mo didn't drop the mirrored pigs on the right-hand side for a cheeky lightning block attempt.
Yeah, I think that was the play at that point, but he had to save that mirror for that second arrows, hoping that Arden Toes didn't get the mirror down, get the nado down, rather. I think the only other play there for Mo was going mirror pigs rather than saving for the mirror arrows on the left-hand side. Bomber here for Mo, looking like he's going with E-Giant for a nado deck, possibly, unless he's playing something off meta. This drill coming down. Oh, sorry, this Mighty Miner coming down makes me think it's drill, just based on what's been played today so far.
And chat still reacting to the bananas finish that we just saw there. And it's E-Giant for Mo this time.
An aggressive E-Giant, not much will happen here. Arden Toes will still have to spend Goblins or an Ice Spirit, and pretty safe from both players. Bomber going to be a really nice card though for Mo here in this matchup if it is drill. Typically we normally see just a barrel instead of that bomber, but the bomber's a nice pick from Jebus or whoever decided to put it in there.
And this is, of course, in-game duels, so all the decks are pre-submitted. And you're dividing up to 4 decks, not just 3. So some complicated choices there.
Drill placed in the anti-nado position by Arden Toes, a nice little play. If you place it on the tower in the middle, it can get an easy nado activation, which can really lessen your chance to win in the game.
E-Giant sets up to the strong side.
Nice Goblins there.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
nice to suck that out.
Yeah, knowing that Bomber and Barbell have both been used, always going to get a negative trade, and you've got to defend them now that they're four troops.
Lightning's doing the work for these E-Giant decks. We just saw it last game, seeing it here in this game as well. Lightning being going to be very important as time goes on. E-Giant does not get a reflection shot on that tower, as we are in our double elixir period now. The lead thin, but there for Mohammed Light. Although
nice plays there from Arden Toes, forcing lots of extra responses that typically you wouldn't have saw in that push. A nice log too, hitting the tower on the Phoenix.
And this E-Giant will get a little bit of reflection here. Lightning in to clear dual lane damage now for Mohammed Light. Arden Toes primarily, almost exclusively on that right lane, despite a tiny touch the other direction.
Yeah, Ardentoa is definitely, I think, playing slightly better than Mo at this point, although that can change very quickly as soon as Mo decides to turn it on. He's so good with these control decks now as well, just as good as Cycle.
And varying things up here. Oh, and the Bomber trying to get out in front of those Goblins. Timing not quite there for the Bomber's shots.
Nice E-Giant too. He's going to have to overspend for this.
And you love, if you're Mohamed Light, seeing drills have to come out defensively rather than offensively. Lightning does get the drill off the board and a little bit of damage here, but that is not a comfortable lead for Mo. 25 HP. Well, that'll get taken care of right about, boom, there.
Nice fireball too, getting the cannon and the Golden Knight. Lots of goblin hits too, and the death damage bomb. This is really good for Ardentoa. He's playing superb.
Triple elixir in. Bird does pop a little bit. Golden Knight clears. Bomber sets up for the left-hand lane. What's Mo's plan going to be for this drill as the Mighty Miner Ice Spirit goes for a NATO to the King Tower activation. Barb Barrel to clear. Has to go high with the Golden Knight. Can its ability get off and take care of the Muskie? And it can. E-Giant in on the left-hand lane. Lightning now just gets the Musketeer and does not get anything else. Problem Lightning. That's the second Lightning that's only hit one target for Mohamed Light today. So we've seen that happen a couple of times here. Fireball plus drill in. And this is looking more and more like that's all sewn up. Ardentoa going to get a huge clutch for Chivas Esports and tie things up going into our third set.
Yeah, I've got to say, although I don't want to, I don't think Mo has looked on it. He maybe looks like the second or third best player in the world right now, which is definitely going to be a good sign for Chivas if they want to go on to win this match.
It definitely hasn't been his best day so far today. Let's go take a look at some of the replay action here from earlier on in this matchup, and this is from game number 1 here. That this was the Hog versus the Graveyard deck, and this was just a overall nice play by Mohamed Light and kind of a desperation check or pick or maybe here from Chivas Esports trying to get that matchup, and they don't end up getting the win out of it. But then we go on to our game number 2. I believe this is from game number 2 here. Let me go ahead and load that one up. Yeah, here we go into game number 2. The E-Giant for Ardentoa and the Pigs for Mohamed Light. And, you know, the E-Giant able to get in really, really deep a couple of times here. I'm trying to remember which replay this one is, as we're seeing the bridge fight, the flying machines going over to the left. And, oh, yes, this was the lightning block. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is that really nice lightning block from Mohamed Light at the bridge. But if we stop right here, now we're into sudden death overtime, has the lead, has the elixir advantage, but we talked about the ability for Ardentoa to recover in this one. And let's go ahead and jump to that recovery. And here it was. You see the E-Giant not getting pulled fully by the Fisherman, gets a ton of damage. And we're going to see, I think, yeah, with just a few seconds left, he goes in Pigs on the left-hand side. Flying Machine just trying to break away, but the cannon is right there. Arrows come in, not able to do a second set of Pigs, and the NATO just there in time. Great, and that's a great heads-up play by Ardentoa to take that second game, and now he's set his team up for a fun shot here in our third set.
Yeah, definitely, Rich. I think that second game was Mo's to win. I think a lot of that came down to Ardentoa's early damage, like we saw, going with that E-Giant at the bridge, recognizing it's going to be a hard matchup and knowing that you've got to get a lot of early damage if you want to win, and he did just that.
Lineups here for this matchup. Pugins coming out, Lucas Grieco, Mugi, and Chivas Esports going Anaban, Hasiel, Ardentoa. So no Mo here in this set. Lucas coming back out in the lead spot one more time. And we'll see if he's able to strike hot again, or if someone can put in a little bit of work on him. Let's go ahead and jump into the gameplay. Anaban splitting wall breakers to open. Cannon cart response from Lucas.
Yeah, it's not a typical Anaban deck as well, which is quite interesting. He's going for somewhat something meta. I always kind of, when I see Anaban play though, think that he's going to have a few surprises in there, which we can hopefully see. Mo going with a mortar cannon cart of his own, similar to Odontous's. Win conditions could be anything though. It could be even going to like Royal Hogs or anything. Most likely Graveyard though, with the arrows and the zappies.
So a little connection there for Anaban on the right-hand side, and I don't know if they still have it active, but at one time, Anaban was, I believe, on the top of the Royale API leaderboard rankings. Let me see if the Legacy... Yeah, so on Lifetime for Legacy Ladder, our old leaderboards, Anaban is ranked at 3rd behind Wero and Igor. Right behind Anaban, of course, Mohammed Light. But legendary, his ladder performances throughout all of the Legacy leaderboard.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people disrespect Anaban in the way of saying it's all snipes, really. It's really not. He's just super good with the decks he plays. And he's not really a one-trick. He's just very solid with these certain types of decks that are control-based. You know, his Lumberjack Balloon that's been made so popular over the years. People, I think, forget about that a lot of the time and just put it down to snipes.
And Fireball goes to work on the Firecracker. Haven't seen much Firecracker here. But she's coming out in this one.
Yeah, I don't really know what they're going for. I think possibly going for maybe one of Lucas's RGs. In this matchup though, I don't think it's going to have too much of a good time with the arrows. Although if Anaban can keep on doing these Wallbreaker pushes with no Mortar and Cycle, he can always bait the arrows, and the Firecracker will get a lot of value if he manages to protect it.
And Firecracker just keeping that Mortar distracted well and lead for Anaban here. Graveyard now comes in for Lucas. Poison in reply.
Yeah, always got that counter to Graveyard. He's going to have a fast cycle as well, so he'll always have that poison in hand. It's just whether he wants to use it. If he's got the elixir, he can always go with maybe like a Goblins or a Log, just to change things up and to stop Lucas from getting comfortable. Misses the tower though with that poison. Okay, as long as it kills the cannon cart, but ideally he would want to get rid of that on the tower next time.
Goblin cycled behind Princess Tower here, more for the Phoenix than anything else. They do prevent the one shot from the Monk, and no tank for the Graveyard here.
And one other interesting aspect is this Firecracker almost provides like a counter to the Monk, because if Lucas plays the Monk and its ability on his side of the tower, Anaban can get a nice activation with the Firecracker on the Monk's ability.
That's actually huge.
Yeah, it just stops a lot of plays, really, to be honest.
Monk with Graveyard. Here comes the King Tower activation.
What a log!
Brilliant.
Yeah, that's great.
What a log! What a log, and what an maybe ill-conceived Monk ability there out of Lucas. Man, I mean, look,
Yeah,
he was already in a tough spot, so trying to figure out any way to get damage at this point. I totally understand that, but man, like Monk GY. Now that you point out those interactions and Log being even more popular, obviously, than Firecracker right now, I mean, it seems like not a great synergy.
Yeah, it's almost like playing like Electro Dragon in a Graveyard deck. It just doesn't work because of the King Tower activation. So yeah, I think a slight mistake here from the deck pickers.
Yeah, Monk GY, man. And let's go ahead. I think I did take that replay here for that really phenomenal King Tower activation. Let's go ahead, check it out. So you're going to see the Bomb Tower working on the inside. We're still probably about 10 seconds before the Monk gets involved in this one. But we're going to see a Monk push on the right-hand side. And the Firecracker going to work, and he resists the Firecracker. He arrows it off, and then feeling like he's safe, pops the Monk ability, and Anaban goes, no, you're not safe. I also have log. GG, well played. And it, again, probably already was game over at that point anyway, to be fair. But still, the nice understanding out of Anaban that, hey, like, I'm going to make you feel like you are safe right now, and then be completely ready for when you go and drop that ability. And let's look at that one more time here. Firecracker arrows it off. Cool, I'm going to Monk ability, pulls it in to the inside with those goblins, hits the log as soon as the reflect is on. And that's what you're talking about there. You know, SB, when you're talking about people are always upset about Anaban with his snipes and things like that, the skill set's also there, though.
Yeah, for sure. You don't finish one on ladder so many times just from sniping, if you know what I mean. And that's why I've always wanted to see Anaban do well in comp. Just also because it's refreshing because of his decks, but also I think he's such a good player that people don't see.
Underdog's making a good stand today. Can Chivas take down the Super Team?
Be Sparky. This is like a deck that's popularized by a lot of Japanese players. It's like a Sparky Goblin Giant Lightning, and it has a Barbarous Snowball. Typically you don't see it, but it's a type of deck that Anaban plays a lot.
I mean, Zappies and Monk, that feels like pretty nice against a Sparky.
Yeah, I don't think Anaban's going to have too good of a time going into this, but I think he always has the ability to find a way to outplay. I think it's going to be Graveyard too. Obviously the analysts here at Pugans have thought that Graveyard Mortar's very strong against him, and they've just swapped a few cards around going into the second match.
And setting up Dark Prince. Way in the back is Anaban. Does this variation run Rage or no?
No, it'll have Snowball, Lightning, and Sparky as its last three cards.
And there you go. There goes the Lightning. Big
Sparky really can't be played too much as well. Just the Monk ability against it's almost detrimental to play it even in the first place. But without that, he's really not going to be able to get damage, especially with the Zappies and the Cannon Cart. Not looking good.
And that Hunter's going to get ruined. And you know, I think if there's one thing that I think I've noticed this about Anaban is it feels like when he realizes the matchup is really bad, he stops looking for real solutions, right? Like that Hunter, not a real solution there. So if there's a knock, that does feel like that's a big one.
Yeah.
He cycles Sparky to the right-hand side. Monk will be back in cycle here fairly soon.
For sure. And even still, even if he doesn't play the Monk, as soon as he plays that Goblin Giant, then he'll play the Monk, knowing that the splash of the Sparky will kill the Monk and the Goblin Giant, just trying to save as much as he can until perhaps Greco bikes and gives him a bit more value.
And no need for the Monk in that exchange.
No, and he can be as aggressive as he wants with these graveyards just because Anaban doesn't have the best counters. The Hunter's the only option, and even the Fireball to add insult to injury over the Snowball to be able to kill that Hunter.
Down to 419 on that left-hand side. Monk going to do some reflection, and we are now within Fireball Arrow's range, but got to contend with this Sparky situation first. Sparky does get picked up by the Zappies. The Mortar to finish things off, and arrows for cleanup here. No risk-taking on the side of Lentils, a.k.a. Greco.
Anaban done his job though. Gone first, taking out one. It's better than taking out none, and I think going into the stronger players, even though Anaban, obviously, like I'm saying, is a great player, he's done everything that they definitely would have wanted of him.
You know, and one of the interesting things about this variation of Sparky, and one of the reasons why Rage might be the card, like why Rage is an important card in Sparky decks, is when you get into situations where the Sparky is totally shut down and doesn't really have the ability to break through, you have these alternative pushes that are driven by the Rage, right? Like Goblin Giant plus pushes. And here we kind of see the weakness of Sparky in our current meta when you don't have a Rage to help create those other opportunities.
Yeah. I think cards like Sparky, not Sparky, like Rage and E-Bobs, like you say, they allow the ability to capitalize on mistakes, and I think Anaban's deck in itself had to have a good matchup or else it wasn't going to win.
and the good matchup wasn't there for this one. Coming up next, Greco, aka Lentils, by the way, for those of you who were like, who the heck is Lentils? I believe, oh, actually, you know what? I don't know the full, I don't see the lineup disappeared from the chat for our full set here. So I'll tell you who's next up as soon as we see you, unless you remember here, SB.
No, I'm not too sure. I can't see it either, I don't think.
So, just another minute here, then we'll get our next lineup. Let's see. Easy Clap. People trying to promote their clan. Chivas Who, which is a really hilarious thing. Here we go. Hasiel is next up for Chivas. Let's go ahead and get into it. And that screen, this is a clean feed, folks, so the casters from the Spanish will go away. There you go. And here we get it.
It's looking like E-Giant versus Drill, perhaps? I mean, we saw it a lot today. I didn't think Drill was so strong, but bad looks of it, people having a lot of success with it.
Well, it's also one of those things where, like, you're going to play a NATO-based deck, and you're going to play most likely either E-Giant or Drill. Right? So if you're playing something that pulls cards away from E-Giant, then you're building a Drill deck.
Yeah, that is fair enough. Both players seeming to wait. RG's probably a heavier variant. Although I don't know why Hasiel's waiting based off the first two cards, unless he's playing RG himself, which is very likely. We might see a mirror matchup here.
And really just taking it slow. We have not had a full staring contest in a while.
Yeah.
So as long as we're waiting, how was your trip? Did you have a good time?
Yeah, it was great. Spending it on the beach. It was nice. Went away for a friend's birthday party, for anyone who didn't know. And yeah, came back this morning and back into Clash Royale, back into casting.
Beach camping?
I'm off to uni tomorrow.
I feel like beach camping is the best camping. If you're ranking campings.
Yeah.
Was it drive up beach camping too?
Yeah, it was like I don't know if you do it in America, but we call it like forward driving, where you like take the tires down and go up like sand dunes and stuff like that, and then go off like this off-beaten track and find a place to camp. It's really nice.
Oh, I mean, you guys know we just used to do, pull up to a campsite next to a beach, throw some meat onto the little grate that they put on top, put on top of the fire pit, and eat some meat. Hang out with your friends. Go enjoy the
steaks one night, hot dogs the next.
Oh,
living the dream. Didn't put any shrimp on the barbie. We left that out to the stereotypes.
Well, we have some steak coming down the left-hand side, and no hot dog yet. We'll see. I don't think there's pigs in this one.
No, don't think so either. I think a lot of damage early on here from Hasiel. Not a lot, but in terms of this matchup, getting RG hits is quite big. Going to be counter-attacked here by Lentils.
And
a really nice log.
log.
Yeah.
Woof.
Bad timing on those goblins and the hunter as well, with the fisherman pulling it in. Something you want to see. Although it didn't take up too much damage over other worlds, I think that could be like game over, but he's alright. Big Phoenix hit them. A lot of things going Greco's way.
Yeah, that trying to measure the risk reward of spending against that Phoenix, and now we're seeing just a Monk reflection fight. Lots of animations, and their fireball trying to clear. Hunter does go down, and now RG will do damage in both lanes. Advantage Greco so far. Hasiel sets up Royal Giant to the left-hand side with 1:40 left.
Yeah, RG vs RG battles are a very fine margin between overcommitting and undercommitting, so this game could still go any way. Just with a bad defense or an offense that's probably slightly overcommitting.
And the Monk of Greco not able to get on the Hunter, not able to reflect the Fisherman early. Does get some reflection damage onto the tower, but honestly does not end up doing any of what Greco probably really wanted there, as the lead now has gone over to Hasiel. And
we will see Greco try and hit back here though.
A nice little Electro Spirit Fireball combination. Has to get the log out as well. RG will do a lot of damage.
Is this an overcommit though? We'll have to see. The Phoenix as well, not a good Phoenix. He was hoping for the RG to come down and it doesn't end up.
It has the feeling of an overcommitment. Royal Giant down, Fireball in, going to clear a lot of that out of the way. Monk going for some knockback plays. Fishboy does pull. Fisherman trying to pull this other Royal Giant, but pulling it to nothing. There's no damage there, no King Tower activation, and we are just 4 HP separated with 28 seconds left.
Yeah, and a nice Fireball to recover from that Phoenix not hitting an RG that came down. Is his defense going to be good enough for Hasiel? Nice E-Spirit getting the Fisherman, and that could be the end of the game.
And does this Royal Giant hit? It does. Royal Giant opposite direction. Fireball plus Log has to come in. Fireball gets in. Log gets in. RG does not shoot.
Wow.
Rico holds on. And King of the Hill swings back in favor of Cal Pugans.
Yeah, I think that all came down to that E-Spirit in the middle there, attracting the Fisherman and getting that RG hit in to give him the game.
And that was a really excellent exchange there at the bridge between these two, and one that, as you mentioned, came out in favor of Greco. Let's take a look at the chat here for a second. I see a yikes in the Twitch chat. And by the way, for those of you watching on Twitch, we are also on YouTube. We're watching on YouTube. We're also on Twitch, so you can watch wherever you prefer to watch. Throw some shrimp on the Bobby. I don't know any. Actually, no, I do know Bobby, but what was the music in the last break? It's all from Epidemic Sounds. That's where I get all my music from. I can't remember what that one's called though. Rich, when do you remember the last Expo in competitive? In this tournament, there was some Expo run during the group stage. It was not very successful. People tried Pump Bow. It's gimmicky. Expo just, I remember a conversation a long time ago. When I was still an Expo player, talking to Seth about Expo, and he made a very good argument convincing me that the Expo is just, there are people who love Expo because they love that style of gameplay, but for 98% of people who play Clash Royale, that super control style of gameplay isn't super fun. So Expo should be, it's hard to balance that card perfectly, but it definitely, if you're going to be weak or strong, it should be weak just for health of the game overall. But then SB, I think that what might have hurt Expo even more than the nerfs that came in for Expo in some ways were the change to no more ties. I think no more draws might be the most impactful thing for Expo.
Yeah, for sure. It didn't allow those Expo players just to really grind out draws in bad matchups. And I think the introduction of a lot of the recent cards as well have been anti-Expo. You've got cards like the Monk, the E-Giant as well. Earthquake's been a lot more popular recently too.
Yeah, I was a full-on. This must have been 2018 when we talked about it a little bit at World Finals, and I was totally an Expo stan at the time. And
Could you sleep at night? How did you feel?
I felt good. I liked it. Ooh, the Log does not get the reflection that Greco was going for. Just miscalculated by maybe half a tile, and that's a huge problem. Tons of damage from the Magic Archer and the wasted Log as well. This Lumberjack has to come down, some solace in the situation, but overall disaster for Greco here.
Yeah, and a good push by Greco on that left-hand side, but Ardentois matched it with just some really good reactions. If Greco went for that Log instead of that Ice Spirit, that could have been a tower down, but no, Ardentois really quickly on the Goblins and the Bar Barrel, or else it could have been bad.
And now both players are slowing down here for a half moment. And my suspicion here is this is the EQ variation out of Argentois, so it's going to be very difficult to deal with these Magic Archers as time goes on.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to have to hope for, typically with Hog, you're winning in lots of Hog pushes, but he's going to need a big push if he wants to win this game. And trying to overwhelm. Lumberjack on tower, I don't think that's going to matter too much though, just because of the weaker side, but little things slowly not going Greco's way.
Yeah, Monk for the Archer Queen. Magic Archer, you can't get to. And
sure.
Yeah, this is. I think we're very likely for Game 5, folks. But of course, still some more Clash Royale to be played here, with 30 seconds left in regulation. Extra little Magic Archer shot on the left-hand lane. Now Hog comes in. The hard part about
Nice
this
Hog.
is not great ways to stop Hogs, and that's the equalizer. In this case, not talking about Elixir, folks.
Yeah, I don't think this is as bad as it looks on paper, to be honest with you. Magic Archer may come down here, which would be quite difficult to deal with. But no, a nice giant skeleton to block it. So this is slowly actually turning back. With an ability here to clean up everything, and a Hog coming down, it could slightly change in favour.
Good Hog,
Nice
Log's
log again.
always there for those goblins. Lumberjack will prevent more than one Hog shot, but lead now back to Greco.
Yeah, and now that he's got the lead, he can play a lot differently. He can play a lot slower if he wants to, or he can speed it up. Whereas before he only had one option and he had to push consistently. Although this push does look hard to defend, even though they're even Elixir. There's just so many different variables to deal with.
And Ram Rider does not get knocked to the outside, but Fireball will make some room, forcing Log out. And the Hog does get a nice little distraction. Log not available for this defense, though. Ice Spirit,
Still gets
brilliantly
the hit.
played, gets the shot.
Yeah, really well played there. Ardentosh is going to have to hope for a big push, but Greco's been able to defend them quite easily so far, so it's not looking too good. A giant skeleton just to block the bridge here is most likely going to come down as well.
And would love to get the Monk across for more reflection. Can't do it. Lumberjack and Magic Archer trying to work. Can he get past this bomb tower? That's a great high earthquake. Does the Fireball clear the path, though? Ram Rider trying to speed up. It cannot do it. Hog Rider now down. Log will be in cycle. Goblins won't do anything. And I spoke way too soon here as Lentils, a.k.a. Greco, got it back in rhythm.
Yeah, I think we saw 3 prediction logs there as well. Really pivotal in that matchup. Ardentosh, you'd think, oh, why is he playing it again? Why is he keep playing the Goblins? It's his only option. He's just got to hope he doesn't log because he doesn't have enough accounts to the Hog in that situation.
You gotta hope you can get the. You hope that you can maybe get the log out of cycle in some way. But here we go. This was that early Magic Archer that really felt like it could be sufficient. But and you look, just look at how many 2, 3. The log gets missed and does not touch the Monk. And this felt like it was potentially a big-time throw here. But despite this massive, massive lead, the inability to do anything about the Hog Rider in the long run ends up meaning Lentils takes the win, and now we are match set. And you're going to see the Hog gets shut down because the log's not in cycle. Yeah, all this looked pretty good at the time, but didn't stick around. So how we are in match set, and it's in-game duels. And do you see what I see, SB?
I think I do.
It's not going to be Mohammed Light coming out for Cal Pugins. Moogie versus Diego B in this set. So Diego coming out for Chivas, Moogie coming out for Cal Pugins in this one. And this is a really big set for Diego, more than anything, obviously, with Pugins having the chance to end things here. Thoughts on Mo sitting? You and I have both observed that Mo does not seem to be playing at his full skill level today. Something that seems a slight bit off. Are you thinking that might be what the coaches are seeing when they put Moogie in here?
Yeah, I don't think Mo has much of an ego to where he'd be upset that he wasn't in the duel. Most likely he said, "Oh, just sit me out. I'm not playing as well today." And at the end of the day, you're sitting out the first best player in the world for potentially the second best player in the world. So it's not too much of a down on the team, and I think Mo's humble enough to not really mind too much.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think in the end, the goal is always, let's get the win, let's get the money more than anything else. Championship, as opposed to, let me make sure that I'm the guy. And, and of course, Moogie more than capable of getting the big wins here. Tech Ninja saying Greco's the best player in Pugins. Possible.
Today, I agree.
Today, feeling it. Very, very nice game overall. Greco saved the world. And yeah, Moogie versus Diego B. Is Moogie, we're talking about people being on or off. Obviously, Moogie, the former world champion. There was definitely a time where the debate was, is Mo or Moogie the best player in the world? I think that debate's been mostly settled. But how much of that debate being settled is Moogie, in your opinion, taking his foot off the gas?
I think a lot of it, to be honest with you, because I think the debate got settled because Mo got comfortable being first. I think that's the main reason why he's always on top, because he's not really got people challenging him, and he's also just, you know, when he's winning a monthly final after monthly final, when he's in that next monthly final, he's not even nervous or anything, because this is just where he's meant to be. And I think that is because of the lack of pressure from competition as well.
Yeah, so we'll see. Can someone put on some pressure right now, though? Mo, not the story. Mugi going to be on the board for Pugins. So let's see if he can finish things off right here, or does Diego B have one more heroic performance in store for Chivas Esports?
Let's see, and initially Warwick is at the bridge here from Diego B. Most likely Warwick is miner, we'll have a Mega Knight or a Bomb Tower. They're two different versions that are being played at the minute. In Ewas, we haven't really so many Ewas today. It still could be like an RG, or we could see maybe like a P.E.K.K.A if they're trying to go for like a specific matchup. Although it is looking like a drill. Tornado here. And this deck from Mugi may actually struggle against this Mega Knight deck. You always find that there's too much to deal with on the ground, with the Prince as well. If the Ewas isn't in cycle as well, with that Inferno Dragon, it could be difficult to deal with. And this happens normally in single. That giant skeleton there is very big. He needs that for that ground control, and that's going to change the matchup a lot. And what's the word for giant skeleton?
An elixir equalizer.
There we go. We got it first in. We haven't saw it since then, I don't think. Well, not as much anyway.
We also haven't seen it in situations where it's making up for elixir deficits.
It's
right?
not been equalizing.
Yes, exactly. It's not been equalizing. Very good point.
Both players taking it slow, just doing non-committal plays. Wall breakers at the bridge, miner in safe spot. No one showing the cards. Mugi not going to be too worried about that Mega Knight anymore now, knowing he's got the giant skeleton, and especially when you're not building a big push from the back up, there's a lot less to deal with coming across the bridge. Nice opposite lane pressure though. Opposite take the damage, but I think that's a little bit too much for the King Tower. Perhaps should have overcommitted there and not taken as much. Perhaps should. Nice opposite lane pressure though. Opposite take the damage, but I think.
What is it about the Mega Knight deck so well?
I think it's what we talked about. It's just the lane block. Normally in the other, if you're not playing giant skeleton in this deck, you've not really got, even though you've got tanky cards, you've not got a tank card, if you know what I mean. So it just stops all that ground control coming in, and especially the Inferno Dragon too. Just especially paired with a Nado as well, everything just comes together and gets cleaned up.
Cart working on the right-hand lane. Interesting. I love watching hand cam stuff. And Diego has such an interesting hand methodology.
Yeah, it is. I've never really paid attention to that. I guess it's quite accurate if you're using the pointer finger. I don't know if I could get used to it myself. Diego B not really taking too much damage, and he's getting a lot of damage as well. Advantage him so far.
Double magic
Nado
archer
here as well.
Huge double magic archer. Nado pulls it all together. Giant skeleton bomb not going to get there. Doesn't matter. The lineups are massive.
Yeah, some great geography yet again from Mugi.
Yeah, I appreciate the reference.
Yeah, I hope people get it though, or else people would just think I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed.
People think you don't know what an abacus is.
Yeah, exactly. Although I was educated in England.
Well played. Huge cannon cart there.
Yeah. And that Mega Knight coming down behind the Prince, not what he wanted. Nice archers though to counter that Ewis, although it will all be blocked by Nado here on that giant skeleton.
And man, these bandits getting in front of the wall breakers are actually doing more harm than good for Diego B in
this
these
is really
pushes.
close though. These wall breakers coming down, this is all going to come down to the last minute. He doesn't have a nado in his hand. He needs to cycle.
Oh,
there we go.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, I think that all came down to those double magic arts just getting so much damage instantly on the tower. If it wasn't for that, that would have been Diego's game easily.
So here we go. Last chance for Chivas. Diego B needs to win 2 in a row to send us to the 5th and final set. Otherwise, what was considered inevitable becomes reality. And back to front, thank you very much for your £2 super chat. Mwah, kisses.
A nice nado there from Diego B, taking no damage, getting hog off the tower too. Looking like Diego B playing Magic Archer nado as well. Good Magic Archer from the start, getting a bit of damage, but it only hits that first guard so it doesn't go on the other two. Definitely advantage Diego B in this matchup.
Yeah, the Dark Prince variation, interesting.
Yeah, I think I prefer that as well against guards. Ghost always struggles a bit more.
NATO back in cycle, and this is one of the interesting ones because, you know, I've played not the Dark Prince variant, but the Ghost variant of this matchup against Hog quite often. And one of the problems that you do run into sometimes is the Hog being able to outcycle your NATO here and there. But the guards and the Valk, the guards in this slowing the deck down just enough that I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I think it's quite a big thing. It's with this Hog, you're either going for cycle or you're going for a bit more defensive stability. And obviously, I think in comp, you always want the stability option. Just be a bit more defensive and not have to worry about certain matchups being absolutely terrible because you haven't got the right counters. A lot of